there will be a page where the account is locked up, right? And then you can enable the user. Can't remember where. We will talk about it tomorrow. Okay? So in case I forget to talk about it, because tomorrow we will create users and we'll create more users to get more familiarity on how to create users within OnGuard. So am I okay to say that everyone is able to log in with your SA account, able to change your SA account password and create a user for yourself so that you can log on to your system with that user? Okay?
Ken, quick question.
Yes.
If you're running it on a domain, can you use a domain account here?
Yes, you can, and we will talk about it tomorrow.
Okay.
And that is under the what you call it. If you see, you are under the directory account.
Yes.
And over here is the same thing. Where you look under the user, is under the directory account, yep. Right? Where you actually configure it, and yep. Of course, when you configure directly tomorrow, I will show you how I can create a single sign-on on the system, and you can add to say I want to connect to a AD, or I can connect to a local admin account.
Okay.
Or LDAP, or even third-party authentication. You know now a lot of people like to use two-factor authentication, right? Yep. So that is where you set up, but you do need a license to enable that feature for third-party authentication. Okay? Yeah. Any other questions from anyone? Right? If not, are you guys happy with the pace that I'm going through today?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Okay. And just a quick refresher, right? Based on our fundamental, we have finished up pretty much about here, right? And tomorrow we'll continue on this and then go into hardware. Tomorrow is normally the longest topic, and normally I may not be able to complete as much as I can, but of course on day 3 is where I catch up. Okay, and of course remember to access your worksheet, because your worksheet will talk about, you know, we have completed SSMS, we have completed all these things, installation, set up assistant, we have pretty much completed the whole installation procedure. And we have gone into OnGuard console, right? And then we also have created the first user, which is yourself.
Quick question, Ken. That file, was that located in which one of the 4 folders that was sent to us?
Oh, you mean this file?
Yeah, this file.
Yeah, let me show you very quickly. Documentation is inside the training material, right? And inside the training, training notes.
Training notes.
Right, and inside training note you have this hardware, config and programming worksheet.
Yeah, I see. Okay,
right.
Thank you.
No worries, all good. Sorry, I should have bring this up earlier. I forget to mention this.
All good.
Okay. Alright, any other questions from anyone?
No.
Okay, so tomorrow, right, what we will do is that I will plan to be available from 9:30 onwards, right? And from 9:30, if everyone is in, or 9:45 if everyone is in, we will get ourselves ready to get started. But if you have any questions, you can come in earlier to ask me questions, or if any topics that you're not too familiar, we can touch on that. So 9:30 for the Australian guys, and for the Korean team, you will be about 8:30 your time. Okay.
Okay.
If it's too early, morning traffic is a bit too tight, right? Don't worry. As long as you arrive before 9 o'clock, it should be okay.
Okay, good.
All right. Okay. So thanks a lot for your time, and we will continue tomorrow.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you.
Hey, thanks everyone. Right.
Thanks, Ken. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Enjoy internal account. And then put in the username that you want to use. Keep it simple, and keep your password simple, as long as it's not the same as your username, right?
And because you are giving a super admin account, so once you've done and save it, you can try to log in using your user account. He will ask you to change the password, right? And you can go ahead and change the password. You didn't put in a last name. Yeah, and then once you log out and log back in again using the user account, right? You will be able to, you will be asked to change your password again, right? Because it's a super admin account, but you can use the same password because you remove all those restrictions, okay? Yep. So that's what pretty much they have gone through, and the rest I will be refreshing with the class. So you can go through that with the refreshing. Okay. All right. I have Harry, Jeremy,
Hello.
and James. Hi. Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
How is your first day? How was the first day? Right.
Was great.
Is it good?
Yes.
Very good, thank you.
Very good.
Yeah. All right. Very good. I have a bit of a present to give you guys. A gift from the LENEL training. So I'll be sending you all a email with the training license. So this I believe is Jeremy, right? I have updated your system with your name.
Yes.
Your login email is still jeremy.lee, right? Or Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy and Harry. But then.
Yeah. But then your name on your certificate will be shown as Jeho.
Yes,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. And Jim, give me a couple minutes. We send all this out to you all.
Yep, it's james.year@honeywell.com. Yeah, that one. Perfect. Great, thank you.
And will be to Harry. I used to have a fighter. During my fighter training, I have a co-pilot. Sometimes I become his co-pilot. His wingman. Sometimes he become my wingman, and his name is Harry Lee too. But he's from Singapore. Insane. Efforts. All right. So you guys should get your email with your license, right? And just to show you what you have on your license, right? Like what I've shown you yesterday, you have ONGA 8.1. Travels, in this case, your license ID is 166945, right? And this license will expire next year in May. Of course, if you go into your partner center after you have trained and certified, you can always renew your certification at any point of the time. You can renew in September, it will extend for another year in September. So depending on when you want to renew, you can log on to the partner center and renew it anytime you like. Okay? Alright, and you are not required to install OnGuide this week, right? But it's always a good exercise if you want to do it this week, or if you want to do it next week. I may not be available to guide you, but if there's a need, you can always reach out to our tech support. And if they say there's really a concern, typically when you have your machine installed with other programs and you're a bit worried that how will this conflict with the other programs, feel free to give me a call or drop me a note, and then maybe we can have a 15-minute call, half an hour call just to give you an understanding how you can deconflict them or what you can do with them. And some of the guys, like what they did with their training license is that they actually, let me connect to my RDP. Sorry, there's a lot of RDP here, right? Not this one, but my VM. Not this one. Where's my VM? Okay, so like what they did with their VM or with their machine, they actually loaded with a V-box. Are you familiar with V-box? Right? Some of you may be familiar with V-box. What other virtual environment are you familiar with, or anyone familiar with?
No, is it HyperX?
Hyper-V.
Hyper-V, that's
Hyper-V
it, yeah.
is within the Windows. You can utilize Hyper-V as well. But of course, Hyper-V, may have a bit of a restriction where the license, the license can sit on a Hyper-V, but it's just that maybe it's more, resource consumption on your machine, right? Depending on how flexible you want your VM. How many of you use VMware Workstation? Right? Instead, you must have come across a lot of different VMs, right? Maybe I should ask you what other VMs do you use?
There's plenty.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, I use VBox as well. I use VMware. I use Hyper-V as well. Depending on how I want to use it. But of course, for the purpose of my setup here, I have a VBox. And in my VBox, I have an OnGuard 8.1, and my machine can only support is a simple Dell Multiplex 3050. It's not a very big, powerful machine, right? But it has maybe about 32 gig or 16 gig, I can't remember. Maybe 32 gig memory. I can check here, right? Yeah, 32 gig memory, right? And I have LMVR that's set up to run. And then I have an OnGuard 8.1 set up to run in the VM, right? And I put the license on this OnGuard 8.1 on the machine itself. So, if you are familiar with VMs, you can create that and you can set it up in such a way that you can have your license on it. If you're dealing with VMware Workstation, right? Remember, VMware Workstation will create a unique machine ID, and because of that unique part of it, you will not be able to use your license on the VMs. You have to put the license on the host, like what we do in the training. You have to put the license server on the host because it's a software license. It needs to sit with the machine ID. So it goes to the license host, and then you point your VMware Workstation image to the host for licensing. Does that make sense? Right? But if you're using VBox, you can put your license server on the VM itself.
Does that mean that you have to have OnGuard on the host, or do you just have the file
when
on the host?
You can't have the file. You have to install OnGuard, but you don't install the full package. What you install is this. Give me a minute. Let me bring up the training slides. Sorry, I keep PDF. I have my OnGuard slides here. Right. If you go into OnGuard software installation, when you choose custom install, okay, or on the custom install, you have all these modules here, right? What you want to install is just the license server. It's just this guy. So which means to say, when you choose custom, and then you go to the next step under here, under the server application, you have one application called license server, and that's the only one you want to install on your host. Right, the rest you don't install. Otherwise, you can install, but it's going to be like taking up a lot of hard disk space on your VM host. Does that make sense? Right. So what I do is I already put the license server on the host on the VMware Workstation, and then I create my VM pointing to the host machine for licensing.
And you said that's only with
VM Workstation.
And but with your software that you're using, you can just do it straight to the.
Yeah, you can put it on the machine, on the VM itself. So VBox, VMware EXXI, Hyper-V, I believe you can all put their license on the VM.
Okay.
But for VMware workstation, you have to put it on a separate host.
Okay.
Or put it on a host, not on the separate. Okay? Alright. But anyway, if you are facing any problem with setting that up, and you want to just get some concurrence or double check, you can reach out to our tech support team. I'm quite familiar with all these different approaches. Okay? Alright. Yes, I can talk. This is mine. And there's a console. Okay. Alright. So guys, just do a quick reflection based on what we've gone through yesterday. We're pretty much up to the point where we create the first user. What I will do is, I will run through a bit very briefly on what we have gone through yesterday on the installation, right? So before I talk about that, earlier part of the session yesterday, we did talk about installing on the SQL, installing the SQL, setting up the, just briefly on the SQL, and of course about where you can find information from the LENEL. All these things I presume you guys have no question. Or if anyone has any question, you guys can ask now. Right. If not, of course, then we go on to the OnGuard introduction, right? And can anyone tell me what are the 3 different packages that I have for OnGuard? Anyone remember?
Are you talking about like client machine, that sort of stuff?
Like
the
package.
You have the Pro Enterprise.
Okay, I have a Pro Enterprise. Thanks, Travis. Yeah. Any others?
ADV.
Yeah, I have an ADV system.
Yeah.
Any others?
The basic one.
Yeah, the most basic one. Yeah, 32ES, right? And so these are the 3, right? And of course, what is the most important criteria that sets the package option?
The number of readers.
Yeah, the number of readers, potentially the number of clients as well, right? So obviously the number of readers decide. And that is, you can simply look at it from, where is it? Yeah, or maybe right at the early start when we talk about 32ES, what is the maximum number of readers for 32ES? Anyone remember?
64.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. And how about ADV?
ADV is 256.
Yeah, and of course, what it will be Pro.
Pro is unlimited.
Unlimited.
Yeah, unlimited.
120 something.
Unlimited.
Oh, way more than that.
Unlimited.
180.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing here is that when you are looking at, let's say, unlimited, right? I have Pro and Enterprise. So can anyone make a guess? We didn't talk about. I didn't explain to you what is the difference between Pro and Enterprise. But can anyone make a guess what is the difference between Pro and Enterprise? When do I need to propose a Pro system, or when do I need? They are both unlimited, right? But what is the key difference between Pro and Enterprise system?
Wouldn't Enterprise be a bigger system than much bigger system and bigger network going past?
Well, yeah, so they are Pro. So if I'm a customer, I say, oh, I have like Amazon, right? I have a lot of systems, I have a lot of sites around the world, right? So do you propose a Pro system to me, or you propose an Enterprise system to me?
Enterprise.
Enterprise. Is it like a separate communication server?
Well, that is not that, because you can even do separate communication server for 32 years.
Yeah.
Okay? If I tell you, right, if my requirement is that I do need the server to be available when I have a network failure from, let's say, US to APAC or US to Europe, I need a dedicated server in APAC, I need a dedicated server in Europe, and they are dedicated, but I want them to be all connected to my main server,
That's enterprise.
right? Then it becomes an enterprise solution.
Do you guys have like a layout map?
Yeah,
For
I'm
those?
I'm going to find it because it's most likely in my sales presentation, but it could be in my download speech. Oh, it is empty because I just transferred the file. The downloads. Oh, it's not like it.
So it's like your server, the main federation server that connects everything together, and then you have separate servers.
Yeah.
For the,
Let me find that presentation so that it will be easier to explain. System. Let me find a very old one, then show it to you, and that should be good enough. Tomorrow custom 7.6. Let me try this. Alright. Okay. Let's go back a better one. Oh, not this time. Sorry guys. Let me find.
sorry, I put you on a bit of a tangent.
Oh, no. I think it's good for you to understand that. So at least you got a picture, right? Right, so the big thing about enterprise is that normally when you go to a pro system, right? A pro system could be just one machine, one database sitting somewhere here, or no, one database here, right? One on-guard database here, talking to a lot of systems, to be unlimited number of readers. So I could have potentially one server talking to the rest of the world with that one server. And we do have a lot of global customers who only have one server sitting somewhere with a lot of redundancy, everything pointing to that server, as long as their connectivity is good. And Microsoft used to come from that, where they only have one server and everything connect to that server. And they have a lot of com server, like what I mentioned to you, right? You can split your com server, so that you have 15,000 controller talking through different com server to your main server. So it's just one server, and that is what we call a pro system.
So you
When
got
yeah,
your main database server
yeah,
splits off into your communication servers, which then split to
Yeah.
your devices.
correct. And that is considered one pro server, right? Which can go unlimited. If the customer do need to have separate server at each strategic location, in a case where I could have regional in this manner, right? Then you are talking about I have one server here, and I have another server here. Yeah, I have another server here, right? And so I have two on-guard database. This database will talk to each other and mirror the information. So if I enter records here, it will populate onto the master. And imagine this is just one regional. I can have another regional, I can have another regional. Each one of them is like a pro server, which can handle their own multiple readers, multiple site, unlimited number of readers on per site. But when they add card holders here, it get added to the master. The master get replicated to the other regional. So you can have a master on the top, each one update the master, master update the next region, and update the next region. So if I create a card in Singapore or in Australia, it get pushed to APAC server, APAC server pushed to the US server, which is the master, and then get pushed to the Europe server, which is another regional. And when I go to the Europe, I don't have to create my batch again because they can find my record in the system. Does that make sense? And in the situation where all the network goes down, the individual region can still run by themselves because the server is still there.
Can you split your servers into different roles for processing, or
Well, that is the server application, depending on how you want to manage the server application for different purposes and different application portfolio, right? But don't forget, right, we are doing one regional, right, to one master and multiple regional. And within the regional, you could have a child regional. So you could create a pyramid architecture if you want to make it very, very complicated. Let's say you have a question.
Yes, Ken, for failover, will all the packages, would you be able to have failover with all 3 packages?
Well, you asked a very good question. Failover like redundancy,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
whether NEC Express Cluster, you can go down as low as 32 ES to have a redundancy solution.
And if there's anything you have to do in the install, or
Okay, it really depends on, okay, the on-card redundancy package, we work with third-party, mainly third-party solution for the redundancy package. So take for example, I can work with VMware vMotion for redundancy. I can work with Everrun, which is another VM solution where they provide redundancy within their VM as well, right? And I can work with NEC Express Cluster, where they can sit on the virtual network, and the Express Cluster, they can provide for torrent server and all these things to provide redundancy within themselves. And of course, what we provide is an additional license to create that dual system environment. So you have one license activate and the other license, and if one fails, the other one comes in. So we can work with SQL redundancy or never fail solution. Of course, when you go into Amazon or Azure environment where they have the redundancy. If you ask me, the world of redundancy used to be depending on all these NEC, Microsoft clustering, all this stuff, right? But eventually all this start to move away and go into the cloud solution, because the cloud solution provides the redundancy without you having to worry about redundancy. Right? So we don't need to install separate packages. We just need to sit on any redundancy environment that you find out there. Okay? And I did. Sorry?
the key thing would be the license that allows the redundancy.
Yeah, that's right. And the other important, sorry, James, you have a question?
Yeah. I was just curious, with the, I guess, synchronization with the regional and the master, will, I guess if there's 2 regions, will region 1 and region 2 communicate with each other as well? Will they have the same database, or is it just the master and the regions that have the...
Each one of the regional, whether it's an enterprise, each one of them have their own database. Exactly, like imagine we are in a class, right? We have each one of you are a regional, and I'm the master. And you will be talking to me, I will be talking to you, I will be talking to Lindsay, and maybe under Lindsay's region, he may have sub-regionals, and the sub-regionals will only talk to Lindsay's regional server, and Lindsay will then update them. So it will go up in the hierarchy. If you enter a record here, you can push up to regional 1, regional 1 push up to master, master push up to regional 2.
Right,
the big question is, if I have a record that I created here, how fast is the replication happening? In the old days, if you talk about 10 years ago or maybe 5-7 years ago, it is like maybe 20 minutes before the record gets populated into the other region. With the message broker and open access now, it can happen within 5 seconds. Once you save the record, before the other guy do a search, the record is already in their database.
But does that mean, so I understand kind of how the information goes, but will, let's say region 2, will region 2 have the information of region 1, or will it just tell the master this is what we have and not have any information from other regions?
Okay. Remember, this is the grandparent. This is the parent and this is the child, right? So the parent will always have the information of the child. But the parent will never have the information of another parent. However, the grandparent will have the information of the parents. Does that make sense? So master will have record of everything. But parent 2 will not have the information of parent 1.
Right, right. Does that still mean you can access the information through?
When I say, oh sorry, when I
Master?
say information, right, is the controller information, the hardware information, but the cardholder information is populated across multiple regions. The cardholder information doesn't reside in one region itself; it gets replicated across the world. If you want it to be localized, you can choose it to be localized.
Okay, okay.
So you can have some record localized, some record maybe like contractor batch could be localized, but the employee records get populated across the world.
Right, right. Okay, so and that's cardholder specific. So if someone in region 2 wants to, I guess, control something in region 1, that's not possible.
Possible because
It is possible.
client application doesn't restrict you from going to one region to another region. A client application can choose to connect to region 1. So on the same client, right, I can choose which region I want to connect to. If I have the permission to go into region 1, I can just choose region 1 and I connect to region 1 and then I can start. So remember, the client doesn't contain any information. It connects to the server to get information. So I can connect to region 1 to do what I need to do and then I reconnect back to region 2.
Okay, right, right.
So the flexibility is always there, right? So I have never seen a situation where I can't meet in the enterprise solution, but because of the multi-server architecture, it makes LENEL very complete in the enterprise world. But to get two enterprise systems to merge together is going to be a nightmare. Milestone have their enterprise solution as well. When we come together, then we have to see how we align and communicate with each other, which one should talk to which master, which one should talk to the regional without duplicating the records around the world.
Okay, okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, sorry for digressing out of the topic of core trading or fundamental trading, but this is just to give an idea how enterprise can eventually grow up to a customer. And some of you may be handling the customer, maybe like Harry and Jeremy, where you will be dealing with some of the global customer in your region. They may be regional server and you'll be logging on to their regional client, and with your permission, maybe you can log on to the regional 2 server in US or somewhere.
So
Okay.
that, just quickly to throw you off again.
Yeah, no problem.
Enterprise, so Pro only has the region, doesn't have that extension to like master kind of thing. It just
So
has
it's just
that.
a single server. Yeah, just
a single.
Just imagine you only have this alone.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. And yeah, this is how your each one of these is a database itself, right? Okay, good. So let me here. This. By the way, I conduct enterprise as a 1-day course. So imagine those people who, but you need to get your fundamental first. Once you finish your fundamental, you can go for advanced, and then the next stage will be the enterprise course. Okay, and of course, yesterday we touched also on the software installation. Any questions on the software installation? Is it easy to install? Well, I can guarantee
Tick
you.
all the boxes before. If there's a few things there that if you miss, it could really cook you.
And of course, one thing I must stress is that I trust a lot on the training guide, because I make sure the training guide is equivalent to what we want to share with you and what you need to learn, right? So a lot of times I refer back to the training guide to make sure that it has the relevant information to give you to get a good start. Right? If you're installing on a fresh new machine, no issue, you should be able to get it up and running without much of a concern. But if you're working on a machine that has other applications already installed, then there may be a little bit of deconfig that you need to do before you actually get it going, right? But you can still get it going. Alright? Okay. And yeah, we have gone through this as well. Database encryption, all these things, and yeah, the other applications. OnGuard services, we go through some of the OnGuard services. And if you guys can put a note to say that these two services is very critical, message broker and open access, because it controls your login to your portal, right, or login to your application. Okay, if these two services doesn't start, then a lot of things may not work properly. And yeah, and then we go into navigation. We change the password. I show you a bit on the web house, right? By the way, some of you may know or may have tried this as well. On the web house, you can click on this edit button, and you can redesign your house depending on how you want to lay out your house, right? The tiles are pretty flexible, and maybe I like it this way, or I like it this way. I can drag and drop. Maybe I can create add an additional card. I can put in a card name, let's say going to LENEL-2, right, and pointing to a URL, www.lenel-2.com, right, and done. And that could be a link that I have it here, I save it, right? I can then click on that link, it will launch to the Lenel homepage. So this console screen become very versatile for you. You can add in a URL from your customer intranet. You can add in a URL from a visitor application that runs on the web module or web page. As long as you can put in the URL, you should be able to have that available here, and you can actually launch the application from there. Please say you have a question.
Yes, does one web console take up is the station?
No.
So you can have as many web consoles as you want on the side.
Wow, I can keep opening up console after console, right? Of course, remember when you are logged into one console, you remember your credential ID, and
Yes.
if I launch the console on the same web browser, it will still log in under my ID. If I go and open up a new console, new web browser or new Edge window, right, and I try to launch that console, right, it still remember because Edge remember across all the Edge. Okay. However, if I go into Chrome, right, and use Chrome to launch my console, sorry, I should do that, and let's say, I can right click and then hit and go, right? The Chrome will be registering as a separate credential ID, because remember, web certificate ties into the web console or the web application that you're using. So when you launch another Chrome, right, or launch the Chrome, which is a separate web application, it's considered a separate. But when you log in to the console, it doesn't use, it doesn't use the license. The console doesn't use the license. The one that controls the license, right, is like visitor module, visitor web, or the monitor, or the credentials. All these web modules are the one that is being licensed, not the console. Okay?
Thank you.
Alright, and this is definitely mentioned inside the training slides where is it? If you put a note on that section, you will remind yourself, right? Okay. Put a note on this page, and this is on page 63. It will tell you, like, which one require the license. Alright, and the console doesn't use the license, and user doesn't use the license. The rest do use their licenses. Okay? Alright, and by the way, OnGuard reference via concurrent licenses. So which means that you can have if you close that window, the license will be free up so that somebody else can use it. But it does have a short timer, right? So you don't want to close and then launch it straight away, because the timer may not have released the license yet. It takes about, maybe I would say maybe 60 seconds or something like this. I can't remember. But there's a timer before the license release. So if you are running with just one web client licenses, it can be very tricky because if you happen to close the browser and then relaunch it, you can't get the license back so fast. But if you have two, you may be able to work around with it. Okay, and yeah, and of course on the slides itself, it talks about how to add a card, how you can add the URL, and all these things from there. Okay, and eventually you may potentially go into a situation where, like what I have on my training laptop. And like what I have on my training laptop, if I go to the console, so you could have a console with multiple colors pointing to a different location, getting different information by clicking. So if I want to go into the LENEL OAP site, I can actually click on that, and that will launch. This is a virtual learning platform site. Let's say if I go into LENEL OAP, I can go into this, and that will bring me to OAP site in that sense. Alright, so you can create as many as you like, and you can break the layer as well, right? Including, like, for example, I want to split this layer, I can add a section here, and that will split up the top. And one important thing, right, this is my console. You can always fall back to your system console, which back to what the system default console is. Okay? Alright. Enough of this, and you guys see the dashboard as well. And of course, together with console, you get dashboard, which is the report and dashboard, right? So this report and dashboard is a new engine that we use in the OnGuide 8.0 onwards, where we actually introduce a web reporting, right? So we'll cover a bit more later when we talk about reports, maybe on Friday, right? Okay, the other applications are all available. There's a lot of applications under the program file OnGuide folder, right? But going through all the application will be a nightmare. So there's two applications that we will be using a lot, right? One is called the system admin, and the other one is called the alarm monitoring. So these will be the two applications that we will be using in the course of the next couple of days. Okay. And this is how a system admin look like, and you guys have logged on to this before yesterday, right, to create your user, correct? So today we will go into system admin a bit more. Just let you know, all these are manual functions. You can actually drag and open up them as a separate menu itself, right? And you can log on Windows, you can log in by running the application itself. You can launch it from the web, right? So that you don't have to manually type in the password. So if I want to launch the system admin, I can launch it from here. If you don't want it to keep showing up, you can just untick on this one, and then you just open up the application straight away, right? And that will automatically sign you into the application. So save you a lot of time trying to re-enter the password and all this stuff, right? And of course, you have the standard stuff, because we are part of Microsoft certification. So we have to make sure that we have cut, copy, and paste available on our application, right? And of course, view and all these things which you can utilize, change the font and colors, pause them horizontally, all these things. So all these are GUI stuff which I won't spend my time on. Just so you know, that's available. It's available there. One very good thing about help, right, within OnGuide itself. I would like to highlight this to you guys, mainly because if I go into the help, or I can use the help file. For example, if I open up system option, which we'll be going to that in a short while, right? If I open up system option and I go to the help by pressing the question mark, right? It will open up the help file, or I can press the F1 to get into the help file, right? But if I go into the help, right, it will bring me to the system option and it will show me all the different things, right? So like number of days to queue event, it tells you all the details about it, right? So the help file are pretty informative and sometimes tells you a lot more information. But of course, you don't want to depend on the whole help file to orientate you into the program, because it will be a nightmare reading every single words. But if you forget certain fields or certain parameter, oh, I can't remember what is open access used for, right? You can utilize the help. You can go in and see what does open access use. But of course, if you have my training guide, the training guide will tell you what it does, and you can actually find out what is being used for and what are the relationship between that and things like this. Okay? Alright, another good thing if I go into the start window and type in search, right? They have this search all user guide. You can either launch it from here, or you can potentially launch it from the file that I've given to you to download, right? So remember, I've sent you the link to the training materials. Okay, and inside the training materials, you have a documentation for OnGuard 8.1. If you open up the documentation, wait. And inside the documentation, right, there is a lot of PDF, right? Don't go and find and read every single one of them. But what you need to do is to look for this particular one called the Search All User Guide. Right? It's the same thing as what I'm doing here on the web, right? If I do a Search All User Guide, I launch this from here, right? Oh, okay. It's already ready to launch. I allow, right? It will open up a very simple search window for PDF, right? And you can search for anything under your search all user guide index, which means that it will only search based on the information that is inside your PDF folder or inside our documentation folder. You won't go and search through your whole machine, right? So what is available in our documentation? Can anyone tell me anything apart from access control or some keywords that you find in access control but seldom used? For example, like maybe OSDP. Does anyone know what is OSDP? It's a communication between readers and controllers, right?
Encrypted, yeah.
Yeah, it's an encrypted communication. Of course, because it's access control terminologies, you will see that a lot in every single part of OnGuard, right? We talk about OSDP biometric, OSDP command. We have talked about in the hardware how your OSDP wiring and all these things is. So they research a lot of things, right? How about trying to search some? Sorry?
How about maps, Ken?
Oh, maps. Of course, there's maps there, right? You can search for maps. But give me something that is not related to access control. Or something to do with network, maybe.
CCTV alarms?
Oh, those are security system too, so it will definitely be a lot, right? How about SNMP? Does anyone know what is that?
It's a SMP track. It's a message protocol.
Yeah. Okay. And let's see what we have on SNMP, which is more likely a network thing, but it's like quite popular in LENEL because it has been mentioned in a lot of places. And we have a whole advanced installation topic that talks about how to use OnGuard, and we have a whole chapter about using SMP with OnGuard. So a lot of people will be wondering, so what has SMP got to, a networking protocol got to do with access control? If you go in, you will find a bit more information whether OnGuard can become an SMP manager. So SMP is like a small message, the terminology is just simple networking messaging management protocol. So a lot of network devices have this SMP protocol. And what OnGuard can do is that you can have those network devices sending their SMP track messages into OnGuard and be able to display in OnGuard for alarms related to the networking devices. Server overload, CPU high, and all these things, you can actually get those messages from those devices and populate. What you need to do is just get an SMP messages license on OnGuard, and you can become the manager. Okay? On the other way around, right? There could be an SMP manager on the side, and you want OnGuard to be an agent in this case. So OnGuard can be sending our SMP track messages to the SMP manager, which could be some other third-party system or third-party networking monitoring system. So I can send my OnGuard events into the manager as a SMP track messages. Okay, nothing to do with access control, but it's just talking about some high-level integration that you could potentially see with OnGuard. Let's try something else. Do you know what is BACnet? Right? BACnet, if you go into the internet and search for BACnet, you will know it is a building automated system kind of protocol. Right? Which has nothing to do with access control, it's a building automated system. But in LENEL, of course, we have capability within our controller to turn on BACnet capability as well. We'll talk a bit more about this later today, right? And of course, there's another thing that is, we call it OPC, right? And you'll be wondering what is OPC, right? So that's another thing. I can do a search here, OPC, and you'll find OPC, which is an open platform communication. So it's an open protocol for integration with events and access control and data events and stuff like this. So if you go in and find a bit more, it's an open protocol, right? Just like RESTful API and all these things, but it has certain level of communication protocol that everyone who is using OPC will understand. And in fact, if you look at OnGuard has a whole user guide that talks about how to do OPC. Okay? And there's whole tips, right? If you want to search for redundancy, yeah, there's 9 documents talking about redundancy, whether you're talking about using Microsoft clustering services with OnGuard, NEC Express cluster setup with OnGuard and all these things. Okay? Alright. So that is what I want to show you about the documentation. There's plenty of documentation. The training covers about maybe 20% of what you're going to face out there, right? But there's 80% of the knowledge and information is available either on the documentation or online or areas where you can explore a bit more about LENEL. Okay? Any questions on what I've gone through on documentation? Alright. So that means you guys should be okay with that. In fact, if you go into the help about, you can find out information like which version of OnGuard, the system ID and all this stuff, which is relevant to the site itself. Okay? Alright. Guys, I would like to give you guys a 15-minute break, and then when we come back, we will go into a system-wide configuration, which will involve setting up users, checking through the system-wide settings and all these things, and hopefully we can get into hardware early in the morning before it gets too tired into the day. Okay? Good. Right. So see you guys in 15 minutes time.
Sounds good, Ken.
15분.
See you soon.
Alright. See you.
10시 15분. 아니 15분 10시에 시작. 10시.
Alright, good. Alright, again. So regarding system-wide configuration, right? What we'll be going through is pretty much under the administration. There's a few things that we will have to do. Typically, system-wide configuration is anything that you changes onto the system, you apply throughout the whole system, right? So which means that if I'm making changes to the users, it's actually applying to how the user can see or what the user can do in the system. There's also system option that determines how you want the system to react or how you want the system to handle in terms of the number of card formats and all this stuff over there, right? And we will talk about that shortly as well, right? And the other areas will be like workstation, scanner or encoder, which I won't be spending too much time on it, but it's information available for you. Most of the time, can I ask, when you guys have cards on the site, do you guys program the cards or you guys buy the pre-encoded cards?
We buy them normally.
Most of the time, pre-bought, but usually the cardholder information's left to the client.
Yeah. Okay. So in some countries, I would say in some part of the world, I believe in Europe or maybe so much in US as well. They don't buy the pre-encoded card. But in Asia, right, I know most of customers buy the pre-encoded card, or they encode the card somewhere and then they send it to the local region. So when in Europe, what they do is that they encode the cards, with either the encryption key or they encode the card based on the card number that they want to display on the card. So they actually encode the card with the value, and then when the card presented, it will show the encoded value. Right. So, but all this is just additional information. You guys can have it. If you have a customer who need to do encoding or require to look into those kind of options, don't be afraid to contact my sales team or reach out to me, and then we can always go through that. Just to get you back some understanding so that you can, propose the right option to them. Okay. So to go into the users, you guys have gone to users yesterday, right? And created the first user for yourself. I presume from then on you should be using your account. So one thing about OnGuide is that anything you do into the system is all audited, right? There's information that being recorded. You log in at what time, what do, you modify this record and things like this. So all the user operations are being registered in the system, right? So it's always good to make sure that you log in with your account so that you can prove that to the customer, I did not touch anything because it's all in the record. If I touch something, that's definitely under my name, and you should be able to see it. And then you can disable your SA account so no one else should be using an SA account, right? However, to control a user permission, there's 5 groups of permission that is controlling the users, right? One is very commonly the system permission. It pretty much determines what the user can do, right? The other permission that is very commonly used is the cardholder permission. This determines what the user can do to assign the badge, print the badge, take photos, modify the records on the badge holder and stuff like this, or the card holders and stuff. Right? So all these are related to cardholder permission. The other permission, monitor permission, which is commonly used to apply to the operators or to the security officers or security users who actually log on to monitor the system, right? Which means that any alarm from the hardware or any events that is stemming from the hardware, from the server and stuff like this, get populated into the monitoring application, right? Which is then, determined by what permission you have to monitor. In the monitor permission, most of the time you will be setting not what event to show, but what level of control can this operator or this user do when they go to the output? Can he activate the output? Can he, look at, can he control, or is he allowed to control this output or not, right? And of course, the next one is the field page. The field page ties together with the cardholder permission. Imagine I have a lot of records or data field in my cardholder records. I can have the first name, last name, employee number, I can have the address, I can have their phone number, I can have all this kind of information related to the cardholder. Right? I can even have their work health safety certification date. I can have other customized information that I can play there. Cardholder permission will determine if the person can modify the record or not, or can delete the records and stuff like this, right? But a few page permission will then segregate the permission to say that, okay, even though you have the permission to modify any values in that cardholder, but if you are not allowed to see or edit that particular field, right, you will not be able to do anything to that. Does that make sense? Right, so in a very simple way, if I open up if I open up a cardholder page, right, I can have department field, division field, and all this other stuff, right? I can have all this. But if I do not allow them to modify this value, he can modify every single thing. He can do almost 100% of what he can do in cardholder, but he just cannot modify this value. So I can make this not editable, it's only viewable. Right, and that's under the user permission, where you can actually go into a view page and decide whether he's allowed to view or edit as well.
Where does the option to, because I know some software you can obviously create your own field.
Yeah, we call it a custom form design. We'll talk about that more on Thursday to Friday. Okay? Alright, so coming to my last permission group, right, which is the report permission. So obviously, as a security operators or security users, right, they may not only monitor the system, they may run reports from the system. OnGuard has about 150 reports in the system. So they can actually choose what report they are allowed to run, or you are allowed to add more reports to the system, and whether this user is allowed to access those reports or not. So you can actually control the report permission from that level. Right? So if you allow that person to be able to write every single report, you can give report permission for everything. But if you want to control what he can see, which report he's allowed to see, you can actually control from your permission group. Okay? So eventually, when a user is created in the system, these 5 permission groups will determine what this user can do in the whole OnGuard system. Whether he use web browser, whether he use tick client A, tick client B, alarm monitoring, or ID credential application, right? The permission levels is controlled as a whole system-wide setting. Okay? And by the way, I can create groups of different type of permission to assign to different groups of people. That could be a security guard, it could be a security supervisor, it could be a security view only, or it could be a HR manager, HR admin person who actually enter cardholder information, but they don't deal with the alarms and events. So depending on how you want to categorize the group, right? And then you assign the groups to the permission, to the user permission. Okay? Alright, enough about explanation on this, but if you go into the slides, it talks about all the individual permission group, what they do, right? Something that on top of this, I want to highlight to you, there's 4 icons when you go into the individual permission group, right? There's 4 icons over here. Each one of the icons indicate individual level of permissions. One is for view only, the other one is to add only, the other one is to modify only, and the last one is to delete only. When I say only, it means that if I allow a person to modify, he will definitely have capability to view first, right? But he may not have the capability to add a record, or he may not have the capability to delete a record. Does that make sense? Right, so sometimes in the banking industry, you may allow a person to add the record, but not allowed to modify, or maybe allowed to modify, but he is not allowed to delete the record. Anyone else to be able to delete the record. So you have 2 levels of controllership, right? One is a person who is allowed to add, the other one is a person who is allowed to delete. So in any circumstances, you won't have a person who add the record do something funny or do something, behind the back, and then try to delete the record after that. Right? So you actually prevent people from trying to have one go, create a record, do something, and then delete the record. Hopefully no one can pick it up. Right? So you can actually control it at that level. Okay? Right, and if you go down to the different, under access control, you can see a lot of different permission within the access level. If you have some of them view, some of them don't view, or some of them add, some of them don't add, then you have a partial permission level, right, which is what you see under the group heading. Okay, I will show you some example how we can create the permissions, right? And of course, you have cardholder permission that deal with the cardholder configuration stuff. You have monitor permission that we talk about, right? And you have report permission as well. Okay, and last but not least is the view page permission group. Okay. Over the years, or maybe I should ask a quick question. Normally, who create the permission group? Who decide the permission group for your site, for your customer site?
Usually the client, as in
they decide, but who configure them for the client?
Engineer. Sometimes us, but then sometimes if you've got like head of security,
they may tell you what they want, but
yeah,
are the one who's going to program it, right? Because they won't understand what it means by all these things, right? So, however, if some of the end user get trained on OnGuard, they may be the one trying to create the permission group. And trust me, if they are the one creating the permission group, it's going to be a nightmare for you to go and manage them. Right? Because they will keep on adding one after another without thinking that, oh, there's a duplicate here, there's a duplicate there. Right? And then after 1 year later, you go back to the site, you see like hundreds of permission groups in the system. That's it, oh, but there's whole heaps of overlaps. And then you can use the compare feature to actually compare what is the difference between the two of them. Harry, you have a question?
Yes, I will look through some functions in the group name from the user directory logical access to additional data source. But I would like to curious about the receivers of the functions. What is that?
Inside the user directory and logical access, is it?
So means like
so it's like creating users, managing users, and managing the permission group like what we talk about here, assigning directory and assigning logical access within the OnGuard. So that means when I go into the user, I want to handle the directory and the logical access to the users. More on that level. Of course, there will be a lot of things here that may not be understandable to you right now. But when you finish up the full training, you will notice that, okay, this one is talking about hardware, access control. If I go into access control, it talks about access level, card format controller, and all these things which you will understand a bit more when you finish the course. At the start, it may be a bit hard for you to understand.
okay.
Does that make sense? Alright?
Good.
Any other questions for anyone? Right? If not, right? So one thing is that, of course, after a year, you go back there, you may want to go and do a cleanup, charge them the service because they don't listen to you and they keep creating more. Charge them depending on how much cleanup you need to do, and then charge them by the hour. And what you need to do is just come in and do a bit of compare and see which are the duplicates. And when you do a compare, you can actually find out what are the duplicates, which I can show you a bit more later. Likewise, you can also export those permission group into a CSV file so you can keep it as a record for them as well. Okay? So we did talk about OnGuard 8.0 where you can do a SA delegate, and you guys have all created one account for yourself, so you can actually log in with them additional permission. Remember, for SA delegate, right, you need to have at least one person with the SA delegate permission, right, apart from SA account, right? So before you can disable the SA, you cannot delete the SA, you can disable the SA account. You must have a user who have the SA delegate permission. Otherwise, you cannot disable this SA account. Okay? And remember, for SA delegate, it can only be given during the time where you create a new account. So Travis, if let's say the site already have a user, for example, Tony or whoever, right? They already have a user account to the system. You can't make her the SA delegate now. You have to remove the user account, add in a new user account again, and when you add in the new user account, you give that user account the SA delegate permission. It can only be given at the point of creation. Okay? Alright. And of course, you can search for all the permission and then do an and all to find out who are the users that is assigned with those permissions, and then you can then decide whether you want to remove them or not. Right? We'll talk more about this. I'm going to one example. Right? To create, let's say for example, I'm going to create a user permission group, right? And maybe I go to power user. I'm going to add a new one, right? And this is the beauty about add, where you select the record and you do an add, right? It copy everything from the power user. So now I just need to put in system, power, user, with, maybe what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them the capability to view, right? So I can view everything, right? Or I can disable the view, and if sometimes it's too hard for you to go through one by one, you can go to the top of the group and select, it will enable everyone on that group, right? Not all the records, but just on that group section here, on the access control group section, right? And of course, maybe allowing them to, not allowing them to add, allow them to, don't allow them to modify because they're only allowed to see, right? So with ACS
시크릿
view,
시스템 파워 유저에서 그
I can't touch it, right?
권한들을
It's limited,
설정하는 거거든요.
right? So I may choose to set it this way and I click OK, right? So I actually created a new access, a new permission group with that with ACS view only, like access control view only, right? And
스페셜은 아예 못 보는 거고
over the years or over the months,
보질
so
못할
if you
그
need to
항목
compare, I
자체
can click on
메뉴를
that
보질
and do
못하는
a
거고
compare, right? And I can then drop down and say, well, I want to compare that with power user and
플러스는
see
엔더
what
할
is
수
the
있는
difference
거고
between the two.
저기 뭐 키는 뭐 볼 수 있는 거고
Okay?
열쇠
So
같은
that's
경우는
where you can decide, oh,
할 수
maybe,
있게 뭐
you know, I don't really need to
삭제도
limit
안
him to that because
그런
being a power user, you
가지
can pretty much
버튼이야.
see most of the things as well. So I might as well assign him to the power user, I don't need to use this. Right? And of course, then the next thing is you can go back to your search, and I search for permission groups or, right? Or I can say permission groups and, right? Depending on how you want to define them, I can say, okay, maybe I want to go with individual permission, who have that permission to add, modify, and do a search, and I can see who have that permission level. Okay? And of course, I can then, if I go by group, I can select by individual group and see who have access to this permission and none at this moment. Of course, admin, I will know that system admin or administrator have it, right? Okay. One not so good thing about this is that you can find a user. You cannot modify the user from here. You have to go back to this tab to find the user, and then you go into the permission group to change the permission settings from there. Does that make sense? Right. Okay, so this is from the big client. Going to the web client, right? It's a bit more user friendly if some of you like it, right? So what I'm doing is I'm opening up the users, right? And in the users, I can do a search from here, right? And I can do a search to search for, let's say, Ken, right? And of course, it will return me with Ken, right? And if I want to do a bit of filter, I can actually open up the filter on the right hand side, and then I can say based on all condition or any condition, right? Make it all condition, right? And then what I will do is I want to find a user with a, where is my system permission here, right? With a system permission, value equals to, and these are the user permission that I've created in the system, right? Of course, I want to see anyone have this permission or not. No one has this permission, fine. right? And anyone has admin permission, right? Then you automatically give me who is the person. Okay, and of course, you can add some more. You can add, say, first name, last name, when was it created, or monitoring zone and other settings that you can see here. Okay. All right. So you can create all these filter and be able to save it as your filter so that you can come in and search a lot faster. Yeah, Harry, you have a question?
So in order for us to like share the access to our users, so like do we need to devise in the web and also in the system
On the
as
thick
well?
client?
Yes, right.
Not necessarily. You can do it from here or you can do it from here, up to you.
Okay, good.
Right, when you do it from here, it will get populated on this screen. Of course, when you do it from here, it will get populated on this screen. Right? The one thing about this is that because this one is on the thick client, you only find the record when you do a modify and OK, or when you reopen the form, then you see the new records. On the web, it automatically show up when you refresh the web page. Okay?
Okay.
Alright.
둘 중에 하나만 하면 돼.
Okay, so
유저거나 분별하면 여기서 해도
I'm going to give you a task for you to do some programming, right? And this will be on my worksheet, right? So if you go into your worksheet, I want you to create two users, right? One is the manager. Right, one is a manager, and you can decide what this manager can do, right? Of course, you can create new permission for that to set the manager whether this manager is allowed to view, modify, or maybe not allowed to delete and things like this. And then you can create one for security guard. Maybe he's only allowed to view, but he can't do add or modify because he's monitoring the system only. Right, so you can create different permission group to manage that from that angle. Okay. Is that okay with everyone? Alright, so can I give you about maybe 10 minutes or so, 10 to 15 minutes for you to create this user? Okay?
Okay.
And if you want to take a water or something like this, feel free to do so. And don't forget, if you have questions, you can ask me as well during this time.
유저 만들어 보래.
Alright? Okay, go ahead.
시스템 퍼미션으로 들어가고 여기서 애들 눌러서 여기서 그룹 이름을 정해주면 돼. 뭐 페리스 어카운트. 그러니까 이게 뭐냐면 네가 지금 유저를 만들어놨잖아. 그러면은 어쨌든 간에 여기서 통합적으로 이준도 들어갔고 이창명 들어갔고 김경호 선수 들어갔고 다 들어가잖아.
거구나.
그러면 여기서 그 그룹의 이름을 묻는 거야.
예를 들면 보안팀, 경영진팀.
뭐 그렇지. 그럼 부서별로 묶을 수도 있겠지.
그러니까 그렇네.
그래서 일단은 그 그룹을 만들어주는 거고.
저는 어디로
시스템 퍼미션.
Just guys, just a quick information for you. Under the monitor permission, there's a control device group, right? Where you can create a group of hardware and decide based on this monitor permission whether it's allowed to control only what is on this group or cannot control any of this group. So it's either you want to limit them or you don't want them to touch this group. If you don't put anything here, by default he can, if he's allowed to control, he can control. Okay? Alright?
하드홀더 뭐 원리도 다 있잖아. 하나씩 만들어 보는 거야. 그냥 하나씩 다 만들어 봐. 그냥 일단 계정
비디오 컨트롤 유니트 퍼미션 허가
그러니까 컴페어를 누르면 여기서 수정할 수 있어.
나는 그게 아니야. 난 컴퓨터라서
아 이거 비거구나. 단순히 만들어놓고 이거 유저를 끊어서 모디파이 퍼미션을 예시 정말 정말 지시네.
나 그게 안 되지.
수정이 좀 어렵다. 수정이 좀 어렵네.
키밖에 안 돼. 액세스 권한이
근데 이게 수정하는 게 좀 물어봐요. 이게 거야?
제네미스 모디파이 했거든.
이거 뭘 하고 싶은데? 아우 씨 어렵게 되네 진짜. 캔슬. 이거 비교할 수 있는 거고.
모니터 퍼미션이 있어. 카드로드 퍼미션이 있어. 카드로드 퍼미션 그룹이나
근데 다 지정해줄 수는 있어. 사실.
권한 넣어줘.
근데 이 권한을 어떻게 넣는지가 잘 모르겠다. 안 써봐가지고.
액세스 일단 불 들어와 있는 게 어차피 승인된 거 알아.
이거 빼고 위에서 이 에셋을 빼고 싶잖아.
그래서 전체를 하나씩 게임을 해야 돼.
이걸 빼고 싶은데 뺄 수 있지. 아니 내가 물어봐야겠다. 잠깐만.
수정이 안 돼도.
Hi, Harry.
Can you let me know how to delete and also revise the function of each section?
Sorry, delete and
Yeah, I just ended, but I want to know how
sorry.
I want to know how to revise how to delete the function, each function, and also add it. I know the icon, but it's so difficult for me.
Okay. when you look at the, let's say, okay, are you referring to
Yes.
these four icons, right?
Yes, like when I delete it, I cannot delete it. Click a delete, but not able to do that.
Not able to delete.
Yes.
Can you show me from the screen what you're trying to do, so at least I can understand? Give me a minute, let me go to your console. Okay, can you show me? Can you just run me through?
Like for instance, when I
you're trying to
when I try to click the deleted for the permission groups or directors, and even though I just click, but still they remain.
Okay.
아니 나 지금 하고 있어.
Can you click on delete again, and I want to see what's the message. Can I take over the screen? If you delete, it's assigned to one or more. So, okay, because what happened is that that permission is already assigned to someone. You cannot delete that permission until you remove that permission from that person. Right? So, the important thing to check is that I want to see who have access to Harry's account and do a check. So you have given yourself access to that system account. So which means that in this case, in order for you to delete, you must remove this one away. So which means that you must change this to, let's say, blank, right? So he doesn't lock up that account, then you can delete. Is it okay for me to delete? Yeah, now you can delete.
Sure.
Okay, so that's how you delete, because you already assigned that user, user with that account, and that's why you cannot delete. Okay? Does that answer your question, Harry? So, Harry, is that okay now?
Okay, good. No, thanks.
Okay, alright. So guys, what Harry is asking is that, for example, right, I have my power user with access control view given to someone, right? So if I do a search, you can see that I've given it to security manager. Because I've given it to security manager, right? If I try to go into the system and delete this permission group away, the system will not allow you to delete because someone else is being assigned to it. So you just need to remove that person from that permission, and there's no one tied to the permission, yes, you can delete after that. Okay? Alright, have everybody created your security guard and manager? Right, thanks Travis. And James, let's say good. Harry and Jeremy, have you all created the manager, and from just now I see you haven't created your manager and the security guard. Have you created these two users, the manager and maybe I need to create and the security guard? You need to create these two users. Have you done that?
Not yet.
Okay, you guys need to do that because just now I've given the 10 minutes for you all to create the user.
Okay.
Right? Or maybe can you all do that during the lunch break?
Sure.
Okay? Alright. So did you all notice when you create the users, right? Security guard and manager. There's some things that you can do on the web. There's some things that you can do on the TIC client. Am I right? So the big question here is, when do you use the TIC client to create user, or when do you use the web to create user? Anyone guess or think when will I need to use the web, or who will use the web? Client, yeah. Travis? Travis.
Yeah, okay. So is it like when the client doesn't have the thick installed onto their system, so they're just remoting, pretty much just using the web rather than getting a full install?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one reason, right? But there's another reason why you do that. Did say you have any comment?
Would one be for basic changes and the other one would be for more advanced changes?
Yeah, slightly close to what I want to asking, right? You notice that when you go into the permission group, you can change all these permission group from the thick client, alright? Can you do that on the web?
Probably not.
Yeah. And remember I asked you the question, right? Who configured the permission group? You guys, right? Because the customer will tell you what they want, but you will come in here and you create a permission group. And then after that, the client may be the one assigning those permission group to their operators, because over the months or years, they will be adding new operators themselves. But they will be assigning the operators according to the permission group that you have created for them. Does that make sense? Right? Otherwise, they will call, Travis, can you come to the site and can you help me add one user for them to log on to the system? Well, you can do that yourself. You can do it from the web, so that they can actually, they won't be meddling with the permission group. They will be just creating the users, giving them the permission and save the record. That's it.
It's simpler for them too.
Yeah, that's right. So it can be a simple form and can also be a place where they're actually more limited to, they don't have to install, like what you say, you don't have to install the whole program. They don't have to go into the whole program as well. Right? And you segregate the responsibility in that level. Right? So if you are a security technician, that you actually go to the site, I can pretty much say you will be using this a lot. If you are end user, like what Henry said, the client maybe will be using this a lot. Right? And eventually, right, it boils down to what permission you want that you end user to do, right? So like what Lindsay say, maybe the customer have administrator who is capable of giving permission. They may be using this more, but he may be limiting what the end user or his operator or his supervisor to be able to create users from here. All right.
Is there a way to have users without capitals, or is that just a standard thing?
Without capitals, as in
the internal username.
Oh, the internal username?
Yeah.
Well, it's not limited. I don't think it's limited to capital. But what happens is that when you sign in to OnGuard, it is not case sensitive. Remember, the internal username is not case sensitive. Right? So if I want to log on to the system, even though I may have, right, Ken being the cap all the way, right? When I log on to the system, I can log in, and instead of putting Ken with a capital K-E-N, I can put K-E-N, right? I can still log on to the system because it's not case sensitive. Right? So remember, the username is not case sensitive, but the password is case sensitive. Okay? Alright, any other questions on users? Okay, if not, showing you guys how you can use the users. You can delete the users from the web, right? And of course, you can search for users and all these things that I showed you, create filters for that, and password setting I showed you guys, right? Sometimes if you have a situation where the customer say that maybe somebody is passing password around, you can actually expire all their password and ask them to change the password. Alright? Okay. I'm going to the next one, which is system option, right? So to go into system option, we'll go into the big client now, right? So if you look at under administration, you have system option, right? So if you open up system option, you notice that there's a few, and remember, a system option is a setting that you set throughout the whole system, right? So including, what I'm going to show you in a while, right? I can set up in such a way that when I log onto the system, it can give me a warning saying that you are using your security security application system. Please make sure that you are authorized to do so, right? If you want to proceed, you say yes. If you don't want to proceed, you say no, right? So you can customize those messages, right? So you can choose either the standard message or you can customize the message, and you can look at the text. You can choose how you want to display the text and which one to say yes, which one to say no. Right? It's just good to have, and sometimes under IT policy they want to have this message in front before they log on to your system. Okay? We have monitoring where you can specify. Robert, you have a question? You're on mute.
Never mind, I figured it out. It's all good.
Okay. Alright. You have monitoring where you can decide how many events you want to store within the workstation. So take for example, right? My security operation may not be 5 days, may not be a 24/7 days event. It may be only a 5 days event. So on the Friday, I will log out of the system and I come back on Monday. But something happened on the weekend. If I do not ask the system to keep the last 3 days of events, right? When I log in on Monday, I do not know what happened on Saturday or Sunday. So by default, the system has this value here. What you need to do is to go into monitoring zone, which we will talk about this tomorrow, where we will define your machine to say, I want this machine to keep record of my event for the last 3 days. So when I log in on Monday, it will bring back the last 3 days of activities. So if something happened on the weekend, you will definitely be able to see the event show up on the screen. Alright? So be very careful. Don't change this value to 30 days. You make your system go crazy. Your system will be caching events for 30 days, which is going to be a lot. Right? If you have a big system, you may be accumulating hundreds, thousands of events. And the system memory may go low and then may crash. Okay? So do take note of that. This is our recommended value, right? And over here, I have a linkage server host. Does anyone remember or recall when did we talk about linkage server? Anyone remember or recall anything on that? No?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question again?
Hey, Soham.
How are you, Ken?
Good. How are you?
Thanks. Hi, everyone.
Hi guys. This is Soham. He's one of the tech support guys who is very familiar with LENEL now. And I invited you to join in. SFMI is available. In case you guys have technical questions, you guys can post the question to him. No.
Yeah.
He's going to help me with some of the training, and at some point, he can also assist in the training as well, right?
Yeah.
So you want to do a bit of introduction of yourself?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I am working on LENEL for I think last 6 to 8 months, and I know just the basic things, not too much on it. I seek Ken's help every time I need something sorted out. But yes, if you have any questions or anything regarding installation or any sorts of programming, you can reach out to me. Either through tech support or through or via messages through this meeting, and I can assist you with that one.
Yeah. So just a bit of notes for you, right? Sorry, Lindsay, you want to say something?
No, all good. Thank you.
Alright, Lindsay and James are from Honeywell. They are based in New South Wales. So they are from our VAR in New South Wales. They are looking after defense sites. So they work very closely with BES.
Perfect. Sounds
okay.
Good.
And
looking forward to work with you guys.
Yeah. So Lindsay, Soham work very closely with the guys from BES as well. So you know a fair bit about those upgrades from older version to new version. He's quite involved with that. Right? And of course, Jeremy and Harry coming from. Oh, did I lost? Oh no, I hope I didn't lost Jeremy. Jeremy still here? Yeah, okay. Because my Zoom suddenly showed me. Okay, so Jeremy and Harry come from Korea. They are from Airlink in Asia. They are responsible for some of the customer or some of the global customer as well in their region. So yeah, and of course Travers, you know him, right? And,
Yes,
he's
yes.
from GJA, right?
Yeah, Hamilton, yes.
All right. So let me continue. So what is linkage server? Anyone?
Oh.
Doesn't that do your schedules and all that?
Oh yes. Do you remember that, or you try to recall that from the training guide?
That from the training.
Okay. So make good use of the training guide, right? You can use Control F and do a search for linkage, and you will find answers on linkage, right? You will be useful in your exam because when the exam asks questions like this, you know how to find the answer in a very fast manner, right? Of course, the guide is there available for you. It will help you understand more about what linkage server. So linkage server is also a host, or it's also a service that you can find over here, right? And you may be thinking, oh, well, in order for me to use linkage server, why not I just start the service, right? And if you try to do that, it's not going to work because you need to define the linkage server on your system. It can be the same on the server. So one good thing about this is that, remember, I mentioned to you they are modular. You can make your services to run on separate machine if you want to. But for linkage server, you can only have one. So you can either on the server or somewhere else, right? So you can define where you want it to be. So to make it easy, I'm going to make my linkage server sitting on the server. Okay, so you guys can do the same on your virtual learning console, right? Make your linkage server to be the one. Later on, when we save it, then we can try to run the service again. Right? I have other hosts like the report dashboard service host, which is over here, pointing to the report dashboard, right? Reporting over here, right? And I have configuration download service host. I have batch printing host. I have open access message broker host. All these are here as well. Open access message broker, batch printing host, right? On the commissioning worksheet that I have asked you all to do is to add linkage server host assigned to the server, and also only doing that. So just the linkage server host, right? Good. Okay, so we are not going to save it yet, right? Because we still have to go through one more page, which is the hardware setting over here. Any questions on what we talked about here on this screen? No, right? Good. So on the hardware setting, we have all these hardware limit over here. Okay, and with the hardware limit, by the way, if you are interested in any topics and you feel comfortable you want to talk about those sections,
yeah,
feel free to jump in, right? And I can let you try.
That sounds good.
Alright.
Thanks, Ken.
Okay, and so guys, with regards to the hardware limit, right? This is based on hardware. So when we have access control, we have our software, managing the database, and our software will be talking to the hardware like the controllers, the readers, and dots, right? Each controller is defined by the limits that we define over here under the hardware setting. So each one of the controllers is capable of doing storing how many holidays, how many time zones, how many access level and stuff like this. Right? So which means that, remember, we talk about enterprise, professional, can go unlimited number of controllers. So you can imagine each controller can handle this X number, and you take this X number multiplied by 10,000, 20,000, that is how much of data in the whole system.
And
does that make sense?
This stuff isn't license based.
No, it's not license based. This is purely what the controller is capable of handling. Alright, so we talk about holidays, time zone, which is defined within the control. Any access control you see out there will normally have all these fields as well, all these data fields. One way is similar or another, right? They are not the same.
250 있다는 얘기예요. meaning
When I talk about access level,
개수.
does anyone know or does anyone know what is access level?
지난번에 이랬을 것까지.
Class code?
Sorry?
Class code?
Isn't that all?
Class code. Like how many access number on the individual doors? Like
No, not the client's code. But Lindsay, you want to say something?
Yeah, access levels would be the different types of areas a person can go to, and you can create individual ones. You can have different access levels per person. Or
Yeah, so in order for me to use my card to go into any of the doors, right, I must first have the access level, right? And the access level must contain the door and the time zone that associate with that door, so that I can then go to the reader, fetch my card, and I will be able to go into the door. Does that make sense?
Is that the same as access group? Or,
Yeah.
or
You can, different systems call it differently, right? We call it access level. Some system call it access group, some system call it door group, some system call it security area, some system call access profile, different system call them very differently.
So the access level is what you assign to the user to say, hey, you have permission to go into these specific doors.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, Harry, does that make sense to you now?
yes.
Okay, a very easy way, or I try to put it in a very layman term, right? An access level is like a keychain. Imagine it's like a keychain that contains number of keys. These keys are the keys that connects to the readers. So when you have a keychain like access level, you assign the reader to the access level, you are adding keys to the keychain. And then now you can get access to the reader. If let's say you can put the time to the key, then that is where your key become controlled with the time. Does that make sense? Okay, so we are talking about 255 access level per controller. How many can the software take? How many access level can the software take? Anyone? So how? You know the answer?
Is it unlimited?
No, even I don't know that.
Okay, what Travis?
I think I
you
found
guess
it.
it or sorry?
I think I found it. It's 255 or 999.
No. Okay. First of all, in the software, it's unlimited, like what Trevor said. However, there's a limit on the hardware. Of course, hardware can't go unlimited because the hardware has a limit on the memory. And the memory is what we are talking about, right? Each controller in OnGuard, right? Each controller is capable of going up to 64 readers, max. So based on 64 readers, how many thick access level do you think you really need in one controller?
Oh.
Is 255 enough? Maybe? Okay, let me ask another question. With your system or with your knowledge or with what you have been dealing with other systems as well, how many access level do you normally give to one person?
Not more
Usually-
than 3 or 4.
Not more than 3 or 4? It could be
Usually,
one.
I give them one, and then you have a specific group for
It could
the.
be a group, right? It could be a group of a few and things like this. But if I tell you you're going to give 3 or 4 or even 16, 32, 64, would that be a lot?
4?
Well,
4?
answer would be yes, right? If I'm a customer looking after the whole world with people who is traveling from Korea to Singapore to Australia to anywhere, he will most likely be getting a lot of access level from each one of the country, right? And if each access level is given to him, he's going to have a lot of access level, right? And that will accumulate up to the number of access level per controller as well. Okay, Harry, you have a question earlier.
Me?
Harry? Yeah, you have a question?
No, I figured out that. Thanks.
Okay, good. Right. So in fact, this is the minimum value of the access level per controller. Does anyone want to know what is the maximum value for the access level per controller?
81,999.
How you control that?
So how you know, right?
Huh?
How you control that?
It's in the manual.
It is.
That's in the manual, that's also in the guide. Remember, this is the maximum value.
최대예요?
Huh?
그게 최대예요?
It can go up to 31,999. And sometimes it may still not be enough. And if it's not enough, we go on partitioning of the system. Does anyone know what I mean by partitioning? No? It's like landlord and tenant kind of segregation. I can split up the controllers and have controllers storing different access level, and that's how, remember we talked about a professional system can go unlimited number of doors and readers. They go segmentation to split up what needs to be downloaded to each controller. So it can be a very complex system if you go down that path. Okay? Alright, so these are just for info understanding the individual part of this meaning, right? And of course we can get card format, you can store card format onto the controller as well. And most of the time to a site, you only use 1 or 2 card format. Right? So 8 is more than enough, but if it's not enough, you can go for 16. Okay? Last section on this page, right? Which is the maximum number of access level per batch. So I asked each one of you just now, right? How many access level you do normally give to one card holder? Some of you are 1, some of could be a group like 6 or 3 or something like this, right? Can anyone tell me what do you think is the maximum value here? Anyone? Okay, the maximum value is 128. Okay, so which means to say if you have 128 access level per person, right? The biggest challenge is not the system. The biggest challenge is the user who is going to program 128 access level. How is that person going to remember which access level is going to go where? So if you ask me, in those kind of customers, they have a very strict naming convention for all the access level because they could be identified by country, by location, by building, and then by area. They could have a identifier code for every one of them so that you can actually assign the access level in a proper manner. Does that make sense? And by the way, 128 is based on the standard controller. If you want to go even bigger, you can use the extended cardholder storage, which allow you to expand your access level to 255 per cardholder. So, not going to expect you all to remember all this, but this is just to highlight to you how big this system can go up to.
Any reason why these are binary figures?
That's a very good question because the controllers go by binary. Even like 31,999 is just 2 to the power of 50. Right, so they are all binary data. So if you look at controllers, they are all binary values when you compute those values. Okay? Alright, any questions on this? Right, if not, I don't need to do, oh, okay, we need to change this back to normal. Right, the only thing I need to do here is to add in the linkage server host, and that's all I need, and I can click OK to save the record. And once I save the record, right, I can now go back to my linkage server, start my linkage server services, and you will not complain anymore. Okay, and of course, once you start your linkage server, it's on manual. The next time you restart your machine or your VM, right, it's going to be stopped. So you have to make sure you set it to automatic. Otherwise, it's not going to run when you restart your VM or when you come in tomorrow. Okay? Okay. Any questions on system option?
Is this, so this main system option is where we kind of partition, well not partition, but like select which servers have which roles?
Yeah. pretty much set up the system right at the start. So, you know, the way how I work things out is that, you know, normally after your installation, the first thing is to set up who is supposed to access the system first.
Yeah.
Right, and once you set up who is supposed to access the system, you go in and set up a system option. So it's the initial setup and option. You haven't go into hardware programming yet because you have to prepare all these things before you program your hardware.
So this table here is kind of what we can use to structure our programming every time we do an install.
Right. Last time I mean, a couple of years ago when I do the training, I said, okay, a lot of times is, you know, they have to refer to the training guide. We go page by page to understand where they need to do, what they need to do first, and all these things. I said, why not I come up with a worksheet? And you only see this worksheet in Australia, in the class that I delivered. If you go to the one in US, the one in Asia, you will not get any of this information from me, right? Because only I provide this, and this sometimes serves as a guide, not to ask you follow my method, right? These are just for the training purposes, but serve as a guide in terms of the sequence of events. Okay?
That's why I get paid the big bucks, Ken.
Well, I hope they pay me. They did pay me a bit better, but you know, the amount of workload is way beyond my pay grade. So you know, if I based on my workload, I think so hard. Maybe we have to figure out how I can double up my pay.
Yeah, true.
All right, guys. So have you all programmed your linkage server? Right, good. Right. So once you're done with that, right? In fact, we are pretty much done with what we need to do on system option, and talks about all these things, including the maximum number of access level and all these things. And it talks a bit more about batch length and all this stuff, which I think is quite straightforward. You guys can read and understand. I'm not going to go through that. And of course, we discussed about the access level per batch, right? Okay, there's a couple of slides which I'm skipping, right? These are the workstation, scanner, or encoder, right? So just let you know, we can work with encoder where potentially you can decide what batch number you want, and then you can encode it onto the card. And of course, you can also scan the information from the card and populate information and back. Right? So depending on whether you need to configure them or add them in. We have some of the pre-setup drivers, so you can utilize some of these pre-defined encoders where it actually works. So install them as a default drivers, and then OnGuard will be able to see them in the system. Okay. All right. I'm going to the single sign-on before I go into the holidays and time zone, and before I give you guys a short break, right? So if you guys can follow through with me, a single sign-on in fact, does anyone know what is single sign-on? So how
just
Lindsay?
I'll just guess it's a one-time login.
Yeah. Travis, you want to say something? So how you understand what is single sign-on?
Yes, I think it's one of the important things, but I've never set it up on my own. I know how to do it, but I've never set it up. Can emphasize
Okay,
about this?
I was about to ask you whether you want to teach us how to do it. Anyway, okay.
I can tell what it is, but yeah, I have to go through.
We have shown single sign-on before. In fact, you all have been doing single sign-on for a while already. I mean, for maybe a couple of an hour or so, right? And you just didn't notice. Do you notice that when I sign in, right? If I launch the application, I sign to the application, they ask me to log in. This is not single sign-on. Okay, this is not single sign-on, right? But if I go into the console and I try to launch the system admin, it automatically log me in, and it's actually using a login token. This is single sign-on. So you have been doing single sign-on for a while, right? Just that we have not gone through much configuration on single sign-on because you still log on to your console on the web. So imagine if I want to launch the application and without asking me to log in, right? It automatically sign me in based on my Windows account. Like I'm logging on using administrator, right? I want it to be based on my Windows account. Can I do that? Yes, this is what I'm going to show you. And if you want to do We can do it together, and later on when we take a break, you can catch up if you need to catch up. Okay? So, what you need to do is first, go to the one that I've already logged in, right? Go into the administration. You will find directories. Okay? And when you find directories, you can add a new directory now, right? So if I go and add a new directory, you have option here to choose LDAP, AD, and all these other directories, right? Of course, we don't have an LDAP or Active Directory in our virtual learning network, but go into the Windows local account, which is based on your local VM. You can click OK. Of course, on the name, it's just a description. So I normally put down the name of my server, and I put down directories, right? And of course, the host name will be your name of the server. If it's your domain controller, then you put in your domain controller name, right, or IP address, right? And you want to enable single sign-on. Because I'm pointing to my local machine, I don't really need a special authentication. But if I'm logging on to a domain controller, I may need a user account to check with the domain controller, because if the user account is not authorized to authenticate, you will not be able to get the information. Does that make sense? So when you want to set up a single sign-on to an Active Directory or something like this, make sure you check with the IT to see what account can I use to authenticate the user data. Okay? So once you've done that, you can click OK to save the record. Okay, and once you have done that, right, you can go into the users on this screen to assign the directory account over here under your name. Right, you can say modified, I want to link to someone, right, and that is the one that you created. If you want to use the web to do it, right, let me show you how we can do that from the web. I can go to CAN, I go into the directory account over here, right, and I say connect. I want to connect to the one that I've just created, and I will search for, let's say if I search for all, maybe not, let me just do a type in administrator, right, and it will be able to search for the administrator that is already on my local machine, right, and if I click on that and I say done, I want to link it and click done, I already link it to my administrator account, which means that, right, I can log out from here, or I can even close this window. Let me close this window as well, and if I launch a new system admin, right, not from the web page, I launch it from the application itself, right, you can see that the system log on, and sign me in using the administrator account, because I'm signing on using administrator. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're pretty much assigning the Windows user
to my internal account.
Okay.
Right. So obviously when we tie all these things to domain controller, sometimes have you all encountered where you log in and the domain controller is so far away and it takes like 5 minutes for you to log on to the system because it's trying to get authentication with the domain controller, right? If you ever get into that kind of situation, you can always press the shift button and that will break away from your login. And from there, you can actually type in your local user account to log in locally. Does that make sense? Alright, so that is all about single sign-on, right? And you can create single sign-on, such that you can automatically log in. You can press the shift button to break away from the auto login, as well as you can tie it to your NT domain, all these other things, including OpenID Connect. Does anyone know what I mean by OpenID Connect? Maybe I should say it's a two-factor authentication. Right? Sorry, James, you have a question first. Travis, you.
Just have a question about the Windows user. Does that mean a user can only use one Windows user for each account?
One Windows user account can only be assigned to one internal account.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One Windows user account can only be assigned to one Windows account. One OnGuard internal account. However, one OnGuard internal account can be assigned to multiple Windows user account. I can have one user account that ties to this domain. I can have another account that ties to two-factor authentication. I can have another account that ties to another local Windows account. So I can have multiple directory accounts tied into the single OnGuard user account.
많이 쓰지. 대부분 다 저거 쓰지.
Okay? But you can't get one domain user account to be assigned to multiple OnGuard users.
로그인하면
Because one domain account can only be assigned to one OnGuard user.
편하게 해. 오.
Yeah.
윈도우에
Okay.
들어가고 또
Okay.
로그인 아이디
Yeah,
쓰는
yeah,
거.
right. Travis, your question.
저기 돼 있는 거잖아. 저기 소프트웨어 거는 그렇게 돼 있잖아.
Um,
똑같은 거야.
yeah, you need to get your.
안 써요.
Do you need the password for the user, or is it just a
No.
side user?
It's just assign users. As long as you log on to the domain, right? For example, I'm tied on to Active Directory, so when I log on to the machine, the system will know that I'm already logged on as Ken. And then, when I assign to OnGuard, if OnGuard has a relationship for Kens to tie to an internal account, it will sign into the account. Does that make sense? It won't, but of course, it will authenticate with the domain controller for the respective authentication, right? If let's say the domain server is not available or the third-party authentication did not return the confirmation, then you can't log into the system. Okay, so if you are linking to a third-party system, which in this case, for example, in this where you link up to a third-party system or two-factor authentication, you will need this license. Once you buy this license, you can connect to Microsoft Okta or Google Authenticator and all these things to actually create a two-factor authentication. Does that make sense? All right. Okay. Let's pretty much finish up this portion on the single sign-on. Does anyone has any questions? Okay. Guys, we are still slightly early for lunch, right? What I will do is I want to finish up the holidays and time zone before we break for lunch, right? So, but I do need to give you guys a short break. Can we go for a short break, like 5-10 minutes, just a toilet break or a quick drink, and then you'll be back, and then we will continue for maybe another half an hour the max. Then we will break for lunch. Okay? All right. Let's
Sounds
take a quick
good,
break. Alright,
Could I?
thanks guys. Yeah.
I'm just thinking, I might actually, can I do this for the Gold Coast site? The single sign-on?
Single sign on?
Yeah.
Well, you can work out how you want to do that, but remember, right, the single sign on doesn't work for the web. The web, they still have to sign on to the console first,
Okay.
right? But for the thick client, yes, you can set up in that.
So that Surface Pro that we were playing with,
Oh yes, you can.
could I have the swing? Can I do the single sign-on for there once I get it for that?
Yeah,
The problem
yes, you
is
can.
that it's on a domain. So do I need
Oh.
to?
You need to ask the IT person to give you the authentication, the domain controller or domain server details. Then you can actually point to the domain
Okay.
based on the users, right?
And then I just assign username.
Yeah, correct. So in the swing users that you have, you can assign DM1, DM2. When they log into that Surface Pro, you automatically launch the swing user account.
Could I also do? Then I could also have it to auto start for monitoring. They log in or logs in.
Yeah, that's potentially, yeah.
Okay, cool. No, thanks.
Right.
Thanks.
Explore it a bit first yourself before you propose that.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to propose that to Tony. Otherwise, she'll go for it.
She'll jump ahead.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, good.
Cool.
Gohan,
Yes. Yes.
any topic that you are interested to try?
Not at this stage.
Okay, let me know, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and by the way, have you test out the service pack 1 update?
Yes, I have.
How did that go? Or you want to talk to me during lunchtime?
Yeah, I can talk to you right now if you want.
Only about a couple of minutes. I think let the guys come back first. We finish the class in about I think about 12:45. I will be waiting them for lunch, and it will be
Okay.
about 45 minutes, and then we can discuss.
Perfect.
Because there's something I want to tell you as well. You know, I have two setup, right? One on the laptop and the one of the laptop where I do an upgrade. It breaks. It breaks my Rabbit MQ. And so much so when I reinstall, it says my Rabbit MQ exit with error code 1. Which
Okay.
means that I can't get my Rabbit MQ to install properly now.
Yeah.
Right? And that's happening on that laptop, which it may be a problem that is inherent based on the laptop. On the VM, maybe you won't have this issue.
But I shouldn't be asking this, but you uninstalled RabbitMQ along with the existing 8.1, right?
Yeah, I already done that as well.
It went very smoothly for me.
Yeah, so that's why it's a bit weird. I did the same step as I advised you, right?
Yeah, and
So,
it pops up with a new something new. I sent you a screenshot of the key
I
recovery
expecting
thing.
that, but it didn't happen. It's somewhere it broke my Rabbit MQ, or maybe I broke it earlier when trying to get a firewall or something like this. But anyway, I did notice Rabbit MQ do have a bit of a restriction on some machine, which doesn't support the Rabbit MQ very well.
What are the specs for that machine, for that laptop?
It's just an old laptop, so maybe
Okay.
on the new laptop you may not have this issue.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, okay. So apart from that, maybe we'll talk more during the lunch break.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. And you let me know which topic you are comfortable to talk about: controller, hardware, time zone, and all these things.
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Yeah.
You're confident to talk. I mean, you can look through the slides, right? Later on, I will be talking about not hardware configuration, but it's more on holidays and time zones.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty comfortable with when it comes to installation. But I think that is already, you've already discussed that.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
It's okay, don't worry. You can hear it again based on what I talked about, and then on the next round or next cycle, right? Normally I will, if you are okay, what I'll do is I will always invite you, right? It's not a must for you to attend, it's always optional, and you can join in based on your time schedule, right? And you can continue to do your tech support work, right?
Exactly, yeah. I can definitely talk about, the hardware configuration. I've configured my hardware multiple times.
Yeah. So maybe you can tell them based on the training slides and talk through the slides if you feel much more comfortable, or you want to go straight to the programming, right? Like for example, if you go to programming, you go to access panel, and then you can then tell me, okay, Ken, go to this, we'll do an ad and all these things from there. Alright?
Yeah. Because I've got everything configured on my VM, and I was going through that. So it's like, maybe what you are showing on your, the cloud, that's better.
Okay.
Yep, not a problem.
Alright. Okay.
Yep, see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So maybe I will go by time zone. Do you guys know what time zone?
Yeah, when the user has access to the door.
It could be when the user has access to the door, or when I want the reader to open, during what time to what time. So a time zone is normally a period of access or a period of activity, right? So what has holiday got to do with time zone?
It's just a separate date and time from the normal. So like
Wow.
So let's say like you put in your calendar Easter, you can put what you want for that holiday. Instead of being like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it'll be like Monday, Tuesday, holiday.
You may not be able to go down to that detail. What it does is that when you define a day for holiday, right?
Specific day,
Yeah, once you define that day to be a holiday, right? The system will become in a holiday mode, which means that whatever time zone that you define in the system will be affected by the holiday. Okay? However, there will be two time zones that will never be affected by holiday. One is the always, and the other one is never. Right? So there's these two time zones in the system that is not going to be affected by a holiday. So if a person who is given access to say, I'm always having access to this place or this area, whether the system is on holiday or not, I will still have access to the area. Does that make sense? Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with that, right, if you look at my worksheet, right, I will be asking you all to actually configure a public holiday, right? And we'll use Christmas and Boxing Day for example. And then we'll go in to create the time zone. Okay? So to go about doing that, right? Let me go into the access control and we will find time zone over here. Right? And the first thing to open up time zone, there's 4 tabs. We will go through holidays and then we'll go to time zone, right? We will be talking about time zone reader mode tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow, maybe Friday, right? So when I go into holiday, right? I want to add a holiday and we are using Christmas as an example, right? And I will put up Christmas is 2023, 1225, right? And this is for the year of 2023, which I can use my type 1 all the way to type 8, depending on whether my type 1 is categorized under a public holiday, or my type 2 is categorized under company off day, type 3 could be maybe a declare off day or whichever. But in some other way of doing it, they may be using type to indicate this is a holiday for which country or which region, right? So it could be a region-based kind of holiday setting. Okay, so depending on how you want to use it, we'll make it very simple. We are using it for public holiday, right? So you can use it as a public holiday for this one. So any public holiday, you can define them as type 1, right? So whatever that you want that time zone to behave during public holiday, you just need to choose type 1, okay? Then, of course, you go to the date itself. You need to find the 25th of December, okay, which is on a Monday. All right, on the next section, you have the duration. So I can have a holiday that only have 1 day. Or potentially, if my Christmas come together with Boxing Day, I can actually make Christmas and Boxing, right? And that will be a day that consists of 2 days, starting on the 25th all the way up to 26th. Does that make sense? Right. You can increase this number all the way up to 127. Right? And I always tell the guys, right, if you ever have to program such a long holiday, please let me know, because I don't mind applying for a job in the company. Right? And give me a lot of holidays, right? As long as the job is not a cleaner role or security officer, because they don't get a break during these holidays, right? All right, and of course, I have one more section here called repeat yearly. If I do want the holiday to repeat every year, at this moment when I selected this, do I have to do one more for 2024? At this moment.
Well, is it, when you select 25, is it going to do repeat yearly on that specific day? Yeah.
No, okay. Before I click on this repeat yearly, right? At this moment, based on my programming,
You
do
just
I
do
have to
23.
create one more? You only do 23. So it's not going to do the same for 2024. So if I need one for 2024, I have to create a second record.
Okay.
Right? But if I put a tick on this repeat yearly,
It'll
right,
do.
it will automatically repeat year after year.
You wouldn't want to do that for holidays like Easter and stuff.
Yes, correct. You won't do that for those days, holidays that happen to be the second Monday or second Tuesday of the month or the last week of the month or something like this, right? So this repeat yearly is only applied on those holiday that happens on that particular day itself. Alright? And of course, in order for your repeat yearly to work, you must have your linkage server running. If your linkage server is not running, this repeat yearly is not going to work.
Will the holidays still work?
Well, the repeat yearly, if the linkage server is there after the 25th of December 2023, the repeat yearly will be asking linkage server to re-trigger the next one. Right? So if your linkage server is not running, then of course the next one will not work. Alright? Okay, and when you are done with that, you can click OK to save the record. And of course, it shouldn't be 2023 because it repeats yearly, right? So it's pretty much an ongoing thing. So how many holidays do we have in Australia? Maybe about 20? Or
Yeah, it's a
slightly
few,
less.
depending on who's, depends on
Yeah,
the
which
state.
states. Yeah. Harry, how many holidays are there in Korea?
Probably 20, no? 25.
Oh, 25. Maybe Korea is slightly better. I know Singapore got 21.
yeah.
All the cultural holidays.
holiday.
그러니까 이거 보시고.
Sorry, Harry, you are mute.
No.
Okay. You know, one thing is that you know, I ever trained someone in Southeast Asia, I think in Indonesia, because in Muslim countries sometimes they have a additional holidays like Ramadan, or they have fasting period, so they have a period where they have more holidays. And I think they were the one who told me that they sometimes can get up to 120 holidays, depending on your culture group, right? So I said, okay, good, that's not too bad, but maybe the pay is not adjusted in that manner, right? So it depends on how they look at it, right? So anyway, that's how you define a holidays. Does that mean that, you know, every year or every couple of years I need to come back and revisit to program my holidays? Because I have some holidays that doesn't fall on a particular date. So means that maybe it could be every year you do a recheck and then you delete away the old one, you add in the new one and things like this. Okay? Is there an easier way to do the holidays? Probably yes. And I'm not surprised, you know, when we start moving on to a web console, things are much more easier through the web to import holidays from a public holiday website. So, you know, I know in Australia we have a government website which shows all the holidays across different states, and you can populate them into a CSV file, and then you can tally them, you know, decide which one you want to have it, and then you can do a mass import. If I have an import feature which I can import the holiday in, I save a lot of work trying to manually program them. Right? So there's just some things that we can see along the way. Okay, any more questions on holidays?
I've got one question, Ken.
Yeah,
Can you have more than 8 types?
Yes, but unfortunately you can't do it in one standard system. We have something called partitioning. We call it segmentation. Do you know what I mean by partitioning?
Yeah.
You're
When I
saying
partition
split off per controller.
per controller split off by location, it's still one server, still one database, right? Still one professional or one ADB system. But I can partition them into different sectors, and each partition will have their own controller settings. And the holidays in that section will be 8 types, and then another 8 types for this holiday.
So
each one of the segments is their own set of holidays.
So could you do, so when you assign these to, who do you assign these holidays to?
To the either the segment or the partition. Right now we are not using the console. If everyone knows your console?
No,
Only
good.
No, mine's fine.
Okay, so it's just me. Hopefully my console come back. But
it's partitioned according to the controller. So in a way, it can be, I can break it such that maybe the controller in Western Australia has 8 types of holidays, right? And they have public holiday, they have company off day and stuff like this. And I can create a partition for Victoria, and they have another separate group of holidays. So I can break them up because the holiday setting is different by each location, and I can use partitioning to separate them out. And that is in the advanced course where we talk about how we can partition the system while maintaining the central management of the system.
Okay.
Right. So there is a lot of things to put in place to make that work. But of course, when you get to that stage, we can always you will most likely have to take the advanced training to be able to handle that kind of partitioning.
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions on holidays? Right, if not, let's go on to time zone, right? And if you go to time zone, like what I mentioned, the always and never is the default in the system. It will never be affected by holidays, right? And we are going to create a time zone for office hour, right? And the office hour is from 8 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Okay? So what we will be doing is that I'm going to add a new one. And I'm going to say office hour 900 hours to 1700 hours Monday to Friday. Okay, because it's from 0900 hours to 1700 hours, right? Of course, my start time will be 0900. Am I right?
Is it 08?
Oh, did I say it's 08? Oh yeah, sorry, 08. Thanks, Travelers, for picking that up. You know, you get confused. Yeah, so it will be 08. And what do you think is my end time? 1700?
Yeah.
Right? Let's go with this, and we have Monday all the way to Friday. Okay. And of course, looking at that, right? 1700. Can I ask, is it going to be triggering on the very first second of the 1700, or is it going to trigger on the very last second of the 1700?
It'll probably be the very first one.
Very last thing.
It could be a very last, or it could be very first. So it's a 1 minute. It could be somewhere in the middle. Well,
Like
that is a
when
bit.
it start exactly on, and then you reach 1700, and it'll just tick over to off.
Okay.
So when you put 17, if you want it still enabled on 1700, you have to put 1701.
Yeah, that's right. So, which means that if I put 1700 here, it will say that I will be still able to access at 1730 seconds.
Okay.
Right?
So
But if I'm not supposed to access after 5 p.m., that means at 1700 on the dot, I'm not supposed to access anymore.
Oh,
Then
okay.
I need to change this to 1659. Does that make sense?
So if it's 1700, it'll go 30 seconds kind of thing.
No. I'm just quoting 30 seconds as an example.
Okay.
Right? So a very simple way to understand the logic is it starts from the very first second of the start time. It will end on the very last second of the end time.
Okay. I get you.
Okay? So if I'm a very mean boss and I say that, hey, no, I want them to work on a weekend, but of course, half a day, right? What I'll do is I'll make them work on Saturday and Sunday as well. Okay? Does that sound logical, or does this programming sound looks logical to you guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. What happened on Christmas?
You have to assign the type somewhere.
If I'm assigning this time zone to a reader which open at 8 a.m. in the morning and close at 5 p.m. in the afternoon, every day. On Saturday, Sunday, it will open at 8, it will close at 12 p.m. What happened on the Christmas day? Is my door going to be open or is my door going to be maintaining closed?
Do you have to assign that in your time zone reader modes?
Monday to Friday.
No. If I base on my current setting here, what do you think will happen on the holiday?
I don't think it'd be any different.
Do you think the door will be open or the door will be closed?
Yeah, if it's on a weekday, I think it'd stay open. Unless it's got a default holiday as type 1.
Okay. Alright. So, because we have programmed a holiday earlier, and the holiday happened on the 25th of December this year. When it comes to the holiday, right? Whatever this time zone is, I have here, the reader is not going to open the door. That means the time zone is not going to work.
Do we have to tick H1?
Yeah, that's my next question, right? By default, if I program a time zone in this manner, when I program a holiday, the holiday will stop this time zone from working, which means that the door will not be open, right? And because I said I want to maintain a 365 days working, right, where on holidays we still work half a day, what I need to do is come to the H1, which is for the holiday type 1, right? I'll put a tick here, which means that during the 25th of December, the door will open from 8 to 12. Does that make sense to you now?
Yeah, so do all holidays override the time zones?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And when it override, it disable the time zone.
Okay.
But if you want that time zone to work during that holiday, you must make sure that you put a tick on that time 1. Okay? Alright. So, of course, because now I say it works on holiday, I must include holiday, right? Holiday, right? And click OK. Any questions? Harry and Jeremy, you guys are okay?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, good. Right, okay, so if I want to go to my next one, which is a public holiday, after office hour, right? And after office hours start at 8 p.m. and on the next day at 6 a.m., right? From Monday to Saturday. So, if I want to program an after office hour, I add a new one. I say after office hour from 20 to 06, right? And then it's from Monday to Saturday. What do you think is my start time?
It's 2000.
Yeah.
Do you have to end it on the day and then start another one?
Yes, you have to.
Yeah.
And that goes to 11:59, I think.
Yeah.
23:51. And then you go to the
And then
next
you will start on the next one on at
0
yeah. And then end at what time?
at 0600.
05:59.
Yeah, 59.
Alright. I do apologize for all this. You know, sometimes I told the engineer, I say, hey, can you make sure in a new way of programming, don't put the 59 there, or don't let me go and calculate the 59. Whatever I put here, I put here. You go and minus 1 yourself in the system. You are a programmer, you are very smart at doing all this mathematical stuff. Right? You just take my end time minus 1, you know that is the timing that you have. Right? But you know, it's up to them. So of course it happened on Monday, it will happen until Tuesday, and then start again on Tuesday night, and then all the way until Saturday. Correct?
Okay.
Right? And of course if I don't want this to apply on holiday, I don't need to worry about H1. Okay? And click OK. Does that make sense to you guys now?
키패드가 있을 때
On how you program holidays and time zone?
오전 업무 시간에 안 하고 오후 시간에 하는 경우가 있거든.
Alright, I let you all digest a bit. You can take a lunch break, right? Now it's about 12:45, 11:45 for those guys in Korea, right? We will come back at about our time here, 1:30, right? And for those Korean guys, I know you are going out to get lunch, you may be a lot of, you are 15 minutes earlier, so maybe you can grab a bit faster, but who knows, right? But if you come back, right, if you are a bit late, it's okay, because what we will do is that we will refresh a bit, but I want you all to actually have a look on your hardware, right? If you can, open up the hardware summary, right? The hardware summary talks about the controller, right? So focus on the first 2 pages. The first page 1 and page 2 talks about the 4 controllers that we are going to discuss later. Okay, and if you think you want to go sometimes to the e-learning, go to the e-learning and you can review the controller as well. Okay?
Okay.
Alright. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got a question. The holidays. So, do they lock out? So, do they specifically lock out that day from any access? So if you've got
in the case here, I'm 26.
Yeah. So does it
So
like
it lock out anyone who is being sport anymore, and we are working with Mercury to redesign this sport. So until end of June, we will get some news to see whether what model we can get out of it. Okay.
That sounds pretty powerful.
And it's not addressing. There's no need for addressing. There's no addressing. Right? So this board can be one of the device on your connection. Right? Because it's doing the star connection, but it doesn't count as a physical device.
Okay,
it's just
so it's not a controller, it's a downstream device.
Yeah, right. It's just a downstream device, and it's a downstream device that redistribute your comms. Okay? Alright. I'm going to do an exercise with everyone, right? And what this exercise is going to do is to help you understand, and I'm not too sure in the new exam, is this going to come up in the exam, but let's go with this exercise, right? I have to watch out for my hand. Okay, in this exercise, what I need to do is I need to create, I have a controller, right? This is my scenario. I have a controller, which is a X2220. Okay? And in this controller, I have one time onboard reader. Okay? I have 4 times downstream alarm panel. It could be 1100, it could be input panel, it could be output panel, it doesn't matter. I have 4 of them. So obviously they take up address, right? So with this in my scenario, here is my question. How many readers can I add to this controller? Is X2220. Alright. If you have some time to think about it, and if you have some answer, feel free to let me know.
알람 패널은 리더를 못 쓰잖아.
Harry, you got answer? 1?
하나 할 수 있지.
Okay, you go for 1. Yeah. Any other answer?
So there's a 4 downstream. Take away.
If you want to supersede your first answer, you can always let me know. No, you're not eligible to participate.
그냥 알람 패널로 1100이나
But you
1200.
can
Maybe
explain.
later.
I'll let you explain. You still remember this?
Sort of.
Us.
Is it 55?
Okay. Travis, you go for 55, right? Lindsay?
I think 59. I'm gonna go 59.
59. Okay, that's a bit of a new one. James? Any number? I'm like playing 40.
I think 59 as
저
well.
질문의 요지가 없던데.
Sorry? James?
I think 59 as well.
그
59. Okay.
원버그 리더 하나 쓰고 있고
Obviously,
그다음에
꽂혀요.
다운스트림 프로필은
is that okay
다운스트림에서 알람
if I
패널이 4개
start to work out with you guys on the answer? Or Jeremy, you want to try a number?
원 디스 컨트롤러에서는 내가 지금 하나를 쓰고 있으니까 몇 개
네,
추가할 수 있느냐.
아 하나 쓰고 있으니까
몇
또
개?
몇 개를 할 수 있냐? 아 그럼 두 개. 아 하나.
I can't see you or I can't hear you, so you may have to unmute before you say something.
같이 되는 거 그렇긴 해요. 왜냐면 F220은 두 개인데 하나는 이미 연결됐고 다운 스트림 알람하는 4개.
Just stacking.
Okay, maybe Jeremy, I'll ask you on the next round, right? So Harry, you're saying that it's 1, right? What do you think? I believe you say 1 is because I only have 1 reader on the controller. I can add 1 more, right?
Because downstream ANAP panel doesn't include any reader module. That's why it already included 1 reader in the F2220. That's why I just answer 1.
Okay, of course, if my question is phrased a bit differently, yes, the answer could be 1, right? But my question is how many readers can I add to this controller? Means that how many more readers I can add, right? So answer is not 1, right? I go for 55 a bit later. Can I try 59, Lindsay or James? How do you all make up 59? Can you all explain?
Well, I just took away the 5 devices and gave me
추가하지
59.
1320이라고.
Oh, you take away 1 from here and 1 from
Yes.
here and 64 minus 5
붙일 수
you
있느냐.
get
문제가 그거라면.
right?
그렇다면
아니야.
Right? That's a very quick way of calculating, but answer is not correct.
Okay.
Okay, let me try out Travers. Travers, you want to explain a bit more how you get 55?
So the maximum number of downstream devices you have is 32. I don't know, can that be split? So you've only got 1 downstream port. Is that, can you have 32 down that one stream?
Yes, but don't forget I have 1 reader on the controller.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Right.
I just went,
28.
Tell me, you
So-
read how many?
56.
32?
so 32, I took away the 4 downstream alarm panels, which gives me
32.
28.
Minus 4, right?
Yeah, that gives me
Then
28.
give you
28.
28.
And then so
Devices.
you can have 28 dual reader modules, which is 56, and then you take away the 1 reader.
Next, okay, you multiply by 2,
1320은
right, which equals to
28개 더 붙일 수
56,
있거든. 뭐 50.
and then you minus away 1 reader on the
거기다
controller,
마이너스 1을 왜 해?
Yeah.
right? Which then
그냥
gives you
이미 하나 뺐으니까.
55. Okay, and that is the correct answer.
56이지. 만약에 더 추가해서 붙일 수 있다고 치면 56개지.
I have another way to calculate, right?
진짜.
Same thing, I will use 32
확실한 거 이런
devices,
건가?
minus away
멋있어요.
4 alarm panel, which give me 28 devices, right? I minus away
빼면
1 devices because of onboard reader, because that take away address 0. So in theory, I can't use that address 0 anymore. So that left me with how many? 27 devices, correct? So I can have 27 devices, multiply by 2 for each reader, I can get 54. Then I plus
재밌다.
1 more available slot on the controller, which give me 55 readers in total.
55개야?
Same answer, right? That's how you look at it, how you deduct from the calculation. So what Trevor did is the same thing, what I did is the same thing as well. Okay? I go from the device, after I deduct the device, then I calculate how many readers I can get in total. Okay. Now let me ask another question. How many more downstream readers can I add to this controller? Same scenario, just a slightly twisted question. What do you think the answer will be?
파운트리 리더. 자, 20.
No, no.
Sorry?
How many more from those 55?
No, same scenario, right? Don't worry about this.
Okay.
This answer is for the first question. So the same scenario, but this is now the question. Okay, let me control X and then
자, 32.
push this down, and this is my new question. Okay, what do you think will be the answer?
Probably 54.
Okay, you guys all agree? Okay,
아니,
so the answer is 54 readers. What is the difference between my first question and the second question?
You're not including that onboard reader.
똑똑하다.
Yeah, I'm asking for the second question is asking for downstream only. So which means that I'm asking for the 54, not including the one that is on the controller.
컨트롤러니까 54.
If I need to include the one that's on the controller, then I potentially can
55에서
get.
1 빼면 되잖아.
Does that sounds logical and make sense to you all now?
Yep.
Okay, I can tell you in your multiple choice question, you may get 54 as a number, as a one of the multiple choice, you get 55 as a one of the multiple choice, you get 1, you can get 27, you can get all these numbers there, right?
저것도
So,
계산해야 되거든.
Please do a check. The question is now may be slightly different or the same, right? But the answer could be different depending on what you was asking. Okay? Also one more thing, right? If Lindsay and James is doing the question together, doing the exam together, right? You may get the same
또
scenario,
55개야?
right?
아까 트래비스가
But Lindsay may get the question, rephrase it in the first question. The first question I asked, James may get the second question, but the multiple choice is about the same numbers. And because Lindsay get the first question, he said, okay, it's 55. Then, you know, he said, Lindsay said, hey, James, you got this question? The answer is 55. Just choose 55. And guess what? James got the second question, and then his answer should be 54. Right? So don't be over consumed by the question itself. Just have a look on the scenario, do what you know in terms of understanding the device and the count, and you will get your answer there. Okay? Alright. Any questions on the controller? If not, let's go to our system to configure the controller, right? And to configure the controller, I would like to bring you to this slide on my worksheet. Travis, your sound is being echoed from
No, I don't think it's me.
yeah, it's because yours is the one lightened up. It's not from you. Now it's mute. Now I can't hear it anymore. Anyway, okay, all good. So guys, if you look at the virtual learning platform, right, or VLP hardware config, right? We have done up to time zone. We are going to the access panel right now, right? And talking about the access panel, we are referring to the commissioning sheet or the config worksheet, right, which is on the top, right? So I have two controller over here, X3220, I have X3210. And if you go up to the earlier page, this is where the controller is, and this is where the other controller is. Okay? There's a few downstream bots that need to be added. We will do that in a short while together, but we will be creating the controller first.
Okay, a little bit more information about the controller. It has a reader connected to the controller, but we are not going to configure yet. We're just going to get the controller on, and of course we will configure the second controller. Alright, I will do it together. I will do it for first one, show it to you guys, and then you guys can either do it after that, or you guys can configure the second controller. Okay? Any questions? Right? The other important thing I reference to is based on the controller information here. It tells me what IP address I want to set to communicate with the controller, and what is the board address, and what is the port number to use. Of course, like what I mentioned at the start of the class, right? This is a virtual training that deliver more on the software. We don't have a physical hardware to talk to, so this is just virtual values, right? There's no physical controller for you to connect to. But I have my training kit pointing to my controller, which I can show you what it does and how the controller responds to that. Okay? Alright, so to go about getting ready, right, this is what we're going to program. Do you guys have any question before I start? Right, so what I will do is I go into the access panel under the access control. I find my 3220, right? Here you don't have an X because you can actually define the panel type over here. I'm going to add a controller, and I'll call it a training panel X2220, right? I have a checkbox here for online or offline. If I uncheck on this, means that I do not want to monitor the panel, right? I do not want to connect to this panel. Maybe I just want to pre-configure, but I'm not going to connect. But if you want to connect, yes, you put a tick on it, and you will be aiming to connect with the panel. Right, over here I have a workstation. The workstation refers to my communication server. Does anyone remember where is my communication server?
It's on our server.
Yes, it's on our server, right? So obviously we can put our server name here. In the real world, you could potentially put your communication server somewhere else, right? And if you are on a pro system where you have multiple sites, you could have multiple com server, right? So be smart about it. If you ask me, how many controller can one com server handle? It depends on how powerful is your com server, right? Some com server can handle up to hundreds, or maybe 200 or 300 controllers or readers, right? Depending on how your com server can manage. Okay, and of course, this is the board address, right? Typically it will be 0 because now we communicate with the controller via IP. In the old days, we do communicate via RS-485, so you need a board address. But now most of the time it's direct IP, so by default the address is always 0. Alright, here is where you choose. If you are talking to the old panel, it will be the non-X panel. If you are talking to the new panel, which is the red color, which in most of the case, you'll be using X2220. Right? For the benefit of Lindsay and James, if you guys are working on the customer side running on the older version of software, right, you will not be able to find an X2220. What should you do if you get a new controller?
I think we used the old one and we downgraded or something.
You have to turn on a dip switch on the board,
Switch.
on the controller, to make it an old controller. You make it look like a green, but it's still red in color, right? But the software will think that this is a green board, and that's where you define it as a 2220. Okay?
Is that in the
And of
manual?
course, yeah, it's in the manual. It's also in the training guide. Okay? And of course, if you are talking about the time zone, right? I can be in Australia, right? And the controller is in Korea. You can then define your time zone according to the location. Okay? And automatically it will calculate, if my office hour is from 8 to 5, it will calculate what is the time difference between the server and Korea to work out the time difference for the start time. Make sense?
Makes sense.
Right? So that is your time zone. Okay? The next thing you go to is your family connection. That's where you define your IP address of the controller, and we have a value which is 192.168.0.101. Okay? And of course, I have a secondary port if I want to use a secondary port. Otherwise, I can skip it. Oh, guys, hold on a minute.
Hello?
101 A 클래스 0.101 101
Alright, so sorry guys, somebody called me for exhaust fan replacement. So another promotional call. Sometimes make me worry whether which one is real, which one is not real. Alright, so for the secondary connection, right, if you are not using any of the controller for a secondary connection, you don't need to configure, but if you use, you can choose the board, choose the type of IP connection, right? And remember, you need the second USB to Ethernet, which I will show you on the hardware slide. Why not I just quickly show you, so you won't miss it. Yeah, right, if I go into the hardware under the access panel, you will find yeah, this is the guide, right? You'll get this USB 2 OG OTG 100, which is a USB Ethernet, right? And that will be able to allow you to create a secondary Ethernet port. Okay? Alright, and the last section, which is under the option tab, this is where you define, right, based on whether this controller has downstream ports and are they using cut and pin. If yes, you need to enable the pin, right? Otherwise, your pin is not going to work. When I say cut and pin, it could be batch your cut and enter your pin code, right, or your passcode, right? And of course, you have other things like card holder. We will talk about card holder. This is the amount of card holder information that can be stored on the controller. 500 is the default value, which means that you can always increase to 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, 100,000, or whichever value, which we will try a bit later to see how much we can hold, how much this panel can hold. Okay? And of course, this is a device count. As you notice, right, by default it's 24 and 8, a total up to 32. If I reduce, right, it will automatically increase the alarm panel count, like what we have discussed earlier, right? You can only reduce all the way down to 16. You can't go beyond 16 because the maximum alarm panel that this panel can hold is 16 only. You can't go more than that, right? Okay, so I'm going to put it back to the default value. The other important thing is over here. By default, the panel is only going to store the date only. I can make the panel store the information with date and time. That requires additional settings, but I will tell you how to do that. But what do I mean by storing the expiration date and storing the activation date?
Isn't that of the cards?
Yeah, so every card, when you configure in the system, they do have an expiration date. Potentially, the activation date will be the day you save the record. But the expiration date could be 5 years down the road, or it could be, depending on how you define it, it could be tomorrow, up to you, right? But when you define them, they have an expiration date. So the expiration date is where you store onto the controller. When you store it onto the controller will then be able to tell if the card is going to be expired in the next day or so, because the controller will be able to tell from that, okay? If you ask the controller to register the date only, if my last day is Friday, what should you program my deactivation date?
Friday.
Anyone?
Saturday.
Yeah, you have to program Saturday. If you program it on Friday, because my last day is Friday, you're telling me don't come in on Friday.
Right.
Okay? If you want to be able to control the time as well, means that you want me to say, okay, Ken, you can come in on Friday, but your last day is Friday at 6 p.m. That's why we enable the use time feature. Once you use the time, you can then come in and add the date and time for this expiration date. Does that make sense?
Yes, but Ken, isn't that software driven?
Yes, but you push down to the controller, and once you push down to the controller will
Stays
remember
there.
it. Yeah, it stays on the controller. That's why I say controller can do almost 99% or 95%. I don't be too over overcommit, it's about 95. So most of these will be stored on the controller. Okay? And of course, I will still to enforce the activation date as well, so that the controller can store all this information. Of course, you'll be asking, if I turn on all these things, it will take out a lot of memory. Yes, it does, but memory is a lot more easier to handle compared to 10 years ago. 10 years ago, you're running on memory, you say, oh, sorry, any more memory, you will reduce the maximum capacity, right? So if I click OK to save the record, you'll ask me which zone I want to monitor this panel, right? I will talk a bit more about monitoring zone later, but do take note, right? If you see my mouse, if I hover anywhere and click on it, you can see I have a tick on the icon. Bear in mind, this tick is going to affect you a bit more later, right? So remember, you must have this tick on the icon, otherwise you're not selecting on the record. Okay, and when you click OK, you will save the record for you. Okay. Any questions?
If you press cancel for that monitor zone,
it will not be saved to that zone.
How do we assign that back?
You can assign that back. In a nutshell, you can go into monitoring zone, you can find the default zone, and you can add a controller back. We will be talking about monitoring zone in a short while. So in case you forget to add it in, just click on default zone, modify, right, and then choose the panel and throw it across, and you'll be fine for now. Tomorrow, or maybe tomorrow, we'll be talking about monitoring zone, and that's why you will learn a bit more on that. Okay? All right, Travis? Yeah, good. All right, so when I configure the panel, how do I know if my panel is online or not? Does anyone, I know I don't have a panel on the
System
VMware. You mean system tree over here?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
No. This system tree is going to tell you that you have this hardware, but it's not going to tell you you're online or offline.
If X mark on the above,
Sorry?
if X mark on the above on this icon, maybe there shall be.
Yeah, the X mark. Where is the X mark? Where do I see the X or the red X or the black X or the X? Where do I see that?
I guess.
Anyone? Okay. Obviously, there's a separate application called alarm monitoring. And I think Travis, you should know this.
Sorry, I went
Right.
system. I knew some sort of tree. I just forgot
So
it's somewhere
in the-
else.
Yeah. System admin is where you program most of the stuff, right? Alarm monitoring is where you monitor the stuff. So you will open up alarm monitoring application, right? And it will automatically sign in as well because of the single sign-on that we have set up on the system. You ask you which zone you want to see. I say, okay, go with the default zone. Just go ahead first. You will open up your main alarm window. Right? We'll talk more about this alarm monitoring, right? And by the way, there's a few things that you can set up on the alarm monitoring. You can change it to a dark mode and all these things. But in the alarm monitoring, you have an icon over here called the view system status. When you open up the view system status, it tells you that I have my system status tree and I have my training panel X2220, and now it has a red X. So Harry, this is the red X that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
And this is the program that you should be looking at if you are on the end user side. So most of the end user will use this program a lot more. Most of the installer or programmer will be working on the system admin a lot more. Okay, there are two separate licenses. Okay, we'll talk about licenses maybe later on Friday, but these are two separate programs. They run two separate licenses. Okay, let me ask a question. Is my panel online or not online?
No, it's offline.
Okay, it's offline. No, because the panel is not on the network. I have an additional message here saying software connection error. Can anyone tell me what is software connection error, or what does it mean by software connection error? Anyone make a guess?
Server?
Sorry?
It can't see the server?
Can't see the server. Okay. Yeah. A bit closer, but can you go a bit more deeper to that? What cannot see the server? Controller cannot see the server, or
The controller can't see the server.
controller can't see the server?
Or
Okay.
the controller can't see the...
Maybe let me phrase a question. How does my server, my database, talk to the controller? How does my application talk to the controller? What is the most important piece in between the software application, the database, and the controller?
Connection
That's one
server.
guy. Sorry?
The connection server. Or the open access.
I believe you are trying to say the communication
Com
server.
server.
The communication server.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So the communication server is the one that talks to the controller. So when we say software connection error, means that my software cannot talk to the, or my database cannot talk to the com server. Not because the controller is not able to talk to me, but I cannot talk to my own com server. Why? Why can't I talk to my com server?
Have we set up the com server to talk to the server?
No, we have configured that in the software, right? We have configured the com server to be.
Maybe the service is not running.
Yeah, we have configured the com server to be here,
yeah.
but remember, on the software, by default, the com server is not started. Because sometimes your com server may not be on the server, may be somewhere else. So, always remember, if you are configuring this for the first time and you get software connection error, maybe you haven't started your com server. So what you need to do is just need to right click, start your com server, and you will see the software connection error goes away. Right? Let me just open up this, and you will see in a short while, the software connection error will go away. Okay? Now, then this is the true indication that my panel is not available. I cannot talk to the panel. The panel is not online. Okay? Clear?
Yeah.
And of course, once you've done that, please change the property to automatic so that tomorrow when you start, you're not going to get the software connection error again. Okay? Okay. Any questions in configuring the panel?
Where do we assign the reader?
Not yet. We will go to that after the next week. Okay? And so, yes, so
Should we also discuss why, I mean, LS communication server is one of the reasons we get that error. Should we also discuss, I mean, what should we look at if the LS communication server is running and we still get that error?
So what else could be causing it?
Maybe we haven't assigned the communications in the communication server in our software.
Or you give a wrong name to the communication server?
Yeah. The
Right?
host name is different.
Yeah.
We haven't updated it yet.
Yeah. So, I mean, all those things are what we have talked about. Obviously, like what Swan is trying to say is that if you put in the wrong name here, then of course you will not talk to the controller. You will get software connection error as well because you can't find the com server. Okay?
Yeah, if your com server is sitting on another, would you ping that other server to make sure you can see it? How would you test the other server?
Right. Yes, you can ping the com server by itself, but ping is always using a certain port, not the same port as what we are using. The port that we are using for controller is port 3001. So sometimes you have to double check sure that the IT doesn't block that port on that com server.
Okay, so how would we test that?
Well, you can test the port communication, or if you want to go a bit more to Wireshark, you can use Wireshark. But my view is that those are network troubleshooting, right? So unless you control the network, if you are not controlling the network, then tell them that, hey, I need these ports to be opened up, and all those ports are actually listed in your in the advanced installation topic. Okay. Right. But yes, there's possibility because sometimes they put it on the VM, they block it on the VM, they may not have forgotten that they need to enable certain ports. And sometimes they may not use port 3001 because they say there's other ports that's using the same port, so they may assign a different port number because of the way how they handle virtual ports ID and all these things, so they may have do port forwarding and give you a different port number. Okay? And I connect to AWS and I connect the one in the office to AWS. Of course, we use a different port number because otherwise port 3001 is used by Challenger, used by a lot of other people and a lot of other tenants as well. Okay, right, guys. I want to quickly show you, right, when you look at the actual alarm panel. And of course, I turn on dark mode on my workstation, so obviously you can see that it's dark in color, not white in color, right? And if I go to my panel, you can see that, oh, okay, my camera is connected. Pardon me for my, there's a bit of delay over here, right? Just because my home network is not perfect. And of course, I have my 2220 controllers that you find here. You will normally be able to see the memory, the information. You can turn on additional stuff over here to get all this information. But once the controller comes online, you can actually right click and do a download firmware, download database, and all this stuff to that controller. Okay, we haven't go into reader programming yet. We will go into that in a short while. But obviously, I don't have the other controller that comes online, so you see a red cross on that. I have a black cross. Can anyone tell me what is the black cross? Yes,
So you haven't selected online?
Yeah, correct. That is exactly what it's trying to tell me. If I go into system admins,
I have a black cross and I didn't select online.
and if you go into your panel and find, let's say, my 2220, right? You'll notice that on the virtual 2220, I don't have it selected online, so it's actually the black cross. Okay? All right. Okay, any questions from anyone? Right? Now it's 2:36, which is about 1:36, so we have come back from lunch for about an hour plus. So let's take a 15-minute break, right? In this 15-minute break, I will want you to also get some time to configure your second controller, which is the LNL-X2210. And after the break, I will give you a bit of introduction about the controller memory and a bit more into what the controller memory, how much you can hold and stuff like this, and how you do an upgrade or promote the controller, especially for Lindsay and James, right? When you get an old database, you want to change the controller from a green board to a new board. How do we change that, and how can you upgrade those boards? Okay? All right, all good. Let's take a break and let's come back maybe 10 minutes before the hour. Is that okay with everyone? Okay?
Yeah,
And
thanks,
you can do it. Yeah, can do your configuration before or after, it doesn't matter, right? See which one is comfortable with you, right? Sohan?
Yes.
Hey, thanks for that additional comment, because sometimes, from tech support perspective, you will see some things that happen in the tech, some of the things that we can address as well.
Yeah, that came to my mind because I recently, we encountered that.
Yeah.
That's great.
But it's a good exercise.
Yeah.
I created a VM for you as well, so you can actually log in and access it if you need to.
I couldn't find the link for that.
It must have been sent on Tuesday at about 9:59 a.m.
Oh yeah, got it.
Got it?
Yeah. So do I have to do the installation again?
Well, it's fully up to you. Of course, you have to do the installation again. But it's fully up to you whether you want to use it or not. I created that for you. Okay.
I've actually opened my own VM over here.
You know what you can do is that it's okay. I don't think you have a VM to play with, so it's not really needed to go there, right?
Yeah, and I've got so I'm working on the actual VM because I know it's not gonna change anything. So I've got a clone VM as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the clone one is the updated one with the latest package.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to add one more, which is the LNL 500.
Yeah. We didn't discuss about this. What's
The older bots.
oh, it's the older one. Okay.
Yeah. And of course, for older bots, later on after we come back from the break, I will talk about these older bots and what we normally do with these bots and how you upgrade from new to old, right?
Yeah.
Let's go with standard parameters first, right? This one I'm going to make it online and it will be black horse.
So do we have a X series for 500?
No, there's only 4 panel, right? The LNL.
Oh, it's the
BM. Did I put the name wrongly? BMW 44101. BMW 44101. I got a software connection error.
online.
Yeah, but if I offline, it should just give me an offline again, not saying a software connection. Yeah, maybe just refresh. Yeah, just a refresh. Anyway. Okay. Go ahead and take a break. Sorry, I'll hold you back on the break.
Nah, I mean I don't take my break until 4 p.m. so I'm all good.
Yeah.
Ken, I'm getting a call. I'll join the meeting.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. Bye.
그럼 스포컨트가 가야지. 안 울린다. 안 울린다 이러면은 혹시나 그럴 일은 없는데 파워 서플라이 전압 한번 체크해봐. 그리고 퓨즈 한번 확인해봐. 용 스티커는 존나게 많아서 잘 몰라. 하지만 다 알트로이드 파워 서플라이에서 사무실에 있는. 프로그램 시트를 해석해보면 나오겠지. 로이야. 프로그램 시트를 가서 여기 도어에 몇 번 물려있는지 알 거 아니야. 이 새끼야. 그래. 삼촌 있으니까 삼촌한테도 얘기해보고. 삼촌.
Okay, everyone come back.
어디 있는
영시티요.
영시티?
Can see Lindsay travels
예.
Harry and James and Jeremy. Okay, James, thanks. Okay, Harry is back. All right. Okay, let's have a quick look before we continue on to the next topic. And hopefully, we can get some reader configured. I think we see how much we need to cover. I will know when we need to put a stop. So one thing is that when you have your panel, or when you, let's say, talk to an older panel, in the case where I have here, and if you look under the summary of the hardware, right? I listed down some of the old panels like LENEL 500. I'm not too sure whether you have any more of this board out there, right? Or LENEL 1000, 2000. But these boards are no more in production, which means that if the board goes faulty, the only way to replace is straight up to the red color box, like the X22220, X22210, and all these controllers, right? And if you still have any of the Series 2, like the green box, they don't have the X, when they are faulty, you will be replaced by an X. So anything green in LENEL is already no more in production. If it's faulty, they have to be replaced. Okay? And of course, you have the downstream modules like the sub modules like 1320, 1300, or 1100 shower input module, which we'll talk about it very soon. These boards are also no more in production. The new boards, we have it in the dash S3 at the back. No X in the front, but there's the dash S3 at the back to say it's a series 3 board. Okay, which we will talk about it when we go into the reader and input output. On your panel, you can have green box talking to red downstream box, or you can have a mix of red and green on the downstream box. It doesn't matter. On the red controller, you can have red and green on the downstream. It will still communicate. Okay, so you are not saying in a situation where if one of my downstream box is changed to red, I have to change all the green to red. No, you can.
So you got a customer that wants to upgrade from the old green panels, and they go, "Oh, we can upgrade the head end first, and then slowly upgrade the interface modules."
Yeah. So those depend on how they want to do it, and yes, you can do it that way. Okay. Another thing that you may want to take note of is that, for example, right, if I have a lot of reader program underneath this LENEL 500, right, and if I look at the summary, I potentially can have maybe up to 16 or I can't remember 32 or 16 readers underneath that. But if I have the X number of readers underneath the 500, and if the controller board goes crazy, right, not working anymore. I have to buy a new board, and the new board is the X4420. How can I move this to this? On the hardware, you can just take out the hardware on the wall and put in the new board and connect up the stuff. That's it, all good. But how do you think the software need to do? Are you going to reprogram all the readers to the new 4420? And if you have 32 readers, so all the readers are assigned to access level, are doing this, doing that, are you going to reprogram every single one of them? That's going to be a nightmare.
Is there a wizard you could use?
Yeah, you can utilize this right click and you have the promote.
Okay.
Right, so I can promote to 1,000, 2,000, of course no more in production, so you're obviously not going to use that. But I'll be promoting to 4420 for in this case, right? Or maybe to a 3300 in this example, right?
So if you accidentally assign to the wrong access panel, you can move.
Well, you can only promote up, you can't promote down. So be very mindful which one you want to promote up. You want to promote up, if I say for example I promote up to a 3300, right? Once you promote, you cannot undo, right? So once I promote, I say yes, proceed to promote, right? And now has been promoted to 3300 and verify data security, TLS, and all these things in the subject, right? Which now you don't see in the 500 anymore. It's now in the 3300, so it's behaving like 3300, right? And of course, to make it logical, I can change the description here. It says 3300, right? And click OK. But if my board is X4420, right? I'm thinking, or even if it's an X3300, you think that, can I change this to X? No, you can't. Because the only way to change it to an X is right click and say I want to promote to the X. Okay? And if I want to promote, let's say I promote to the X4420, right? Then once I promote to the X4420, it will be on the X4420 and it automatically change the model to X4420. That's where you can physically now go to the board, change the dip switch from on to off so that you now become a red color board. Okay? As simple as that. Okay?
Okay.
And of course, here I'll just put down X4420 so that I know I've promoted from there. Okay. And of course, when I go to X4420, it behaves like X4420. I can go into the option. You can have the downstream in this manner. You can't change the value if I modify, right? You notice that I can't change the value, right? Because that's the max can go for, right? And of course, the memory is all based on the controller. You can go to the controller and change the memory, and it will reflect the memory from there, right? I mentioned to you about the card holder, okay? And of course, if I try to increase the card holder, do you think what is the maximum value I can go up to? I have 1, 2, 3, how many lines? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 9 million record here. 9,999,990. Okay? So I'm putting a very big number here and I click OK. It tells me that I can go up to a max of maybe close to 600,000. So it's 599,000. And I'm talking about card holders. Do you have customers that have so many card holders in the record? No. Right? So I can guarantee you it's a bit overkill. Right? But that means to say sometimes in a global customer perspective, they may want to have all these options. But don't forget, I haven't turned on some features. If I decide to turn on some of these features, right? I'm not about Backnet because Backnet is a bit different. If I turn on all these features, what do you think the number will be? Right? It has reduced from 599 to 466. Still a lot, right? I think it should be enough to handle, right? Easily, any site, right? But look at this number, 466,000. If I change this to turn on this additional precision access, and if I click OK, you notice that my 466,000 becomes 167,000. What happened to the memory? Suddenly get wet, and then two-thirds of the memory get moved. So this is what happened, right? In a precision access, the controller can also keep record of your last two batch activity, and it stores the information on the controller. So that if you have a situation where you want to make sure that this person must go through this reader before he can go to another reader, that's what the controller is capable of doing without software intervention. And that is the amount of data you can store with that feature turning on. Okay? So if you ask me, in general, yes, the controller has a lot of memory and is capable of handling that kind of load. That's why for big customers. Okay, another thing that you may want to take note of is that no matter what controller you're talking about, the controller will always have a offline capacity of 50,000. That means it can store offline event up to 50,000. Whenever it connects to the software, it re-push all these events back to the software. Okay? But when it got disconnected, it will keep 50,000 of those events. And when I say, yeah, thank you. When I say those events could be batch event, it could be alarm events and all these things, right? 50,000. Okay? Okay, another feature that's over here that's important, TLS encryption. Okay? All the new bots come with TLS encryption turned on by default. So let's say you guys got a new bot and put it onto the different site and want to connect to the old software, apart from turning on these for to make it like a green bot, because the old software may not be able to configure, right? You also need to make sure that if your TLS is turned on the software. If your TLS is off, which is very common in the older version of software, then you have to go to the panel and turn off your TLS encryption. Okay, how to do that? Which is what I'm going to show you right now. Right, I'm going to my training laptop, right? And of course, I can turn on my cam, not this one. Oh, sorry. Turn on my camera, right? You can see that I'm talking to my panel over here. Pardon for the mess over the other end. I'm talking to the 2220 here, and I'm talking to the 2210 over here, right? So obviously, yeah. So my controller and my 3210, and I have my 1320 here and my 1324E and my 2 reader over here, right? So this is my so-called training setup, which we will be using it in the next couple of days to show some activity. Okay, so on the panel, since now I can talk to my panel, right? And you can see that there's a yellow little dot on the panel, right? This yellow little dot determines that I have turned on the TLS encryption. Okay, so if let's say, or even travelers, when you guys go to your customer site, right? When you look at your customer panel, you may not have TLS turned on. There won't be a yellow dot over there. The yellow dot indicates that you have encryption turned on, right? Which means that if let's say you want to go and turn off the encryption, right? You have to go to your panel. And if I go to my panel, I can either insert on software, I can launch the panel from the configuration web page, or I can go into the Internet Explorer, open up the IP address of my panel. I can't remember 1 or 0.11, okay? So let me go to my panel 0. Right? I can go to my panel. And of course they will say, your connection is not secure, you just need to say continue. because you need to put in the certificate. Very common for all the web browsers now, right? Does anyone know how to log on to your panel on the web?
I think I've seen it once when they changed the encryption. They were changing it.
Okay. So anyone remember? There's a default username and password, right? The default username is admin and the password is password.
Would that be 0? Oh, no.
No, just a standard password. However, I cannot log in using that because you need to turn on deep switch 1 from off to on and log in within 5 minutes. So make sure, right, your panel is not on the 10th floor. If it's on the 10th floor, it's on the other side of the view. It's up to you. You have to make it there 5 minutes and make it back 5 minutes, right? Or make you take your time to go there, but make sure you come back within 5 minutes. Okay? Obviously, you can create a user account when you log on, right? And I have created a user account on my panel so that I can always log on to the panel, right? And when I create and log in using the user account, I don't need to go back and turn on deep switch 1 again. You have to turn on deep switch 1 unless you are stuck in a situation where I forget my username, I forget my password, and at least you can go to the board and say, hey, use a radio comms. Hey, can you turn on deep switch 1? Yes, turn on. I got 5 minutes to log in. Once I log in, I can go in and check under the user and see what is the user created. I can add more user or I can remove the user. Does that make sense? Right, so this is how you can actually manage a panel. So when you get the panel, first of all, 3 things that I like to do in the panel. Set up the IP address of the panel, right? Set up the encryption or the host communication port, right? And the last thing is to make sure I have assigned a user so that I don't have to come back in and go with the default user again. Alright, so when you come into the panel, set up IP address, you can go on MAC address or you can go on fixed IP. Right, once you set up your IP address, right, the next thing you must remember, every time you make changes to the web page, you must accept the changes and apply the setting so that the changes will be applied to the panel, okay, which is over here. So you can do it like, for every one change you apply setting and you will reboot the controller again, and then reboot controller again or reboot controller. Or you can make all your changes at one go and then apply setting and reboot the controller at one shot. Okay? Depending on how you want to do it. Alright? And of course, when I go to the host com, which is where I turn on the encryption and the port number that I need to communicate with the panel. Right? And this is the encryption key. Right? You just turn on, say TLS required, and the panel, the software will talk to the panel using TLS encryption. If your site doesn't have it turned on, make sure you set it to none. Otherwise, your panel is not going to talk to your software. Okay? And of course, the last thing is the user, right? Apart from that, the rest is just information, right? You can look at it and you can load certificate, you can do all these things, you can do OSTP file transfer, you can set the security option and all these other things if you want go beyond that. When you finish with all your configuration, you can go to apply setting and reboot the controller. Okay, so remember 3 things: IP address, controller host com information, and the user information. These are the 3 things that you need to configure when you get into the panel. So when you get a whole new panel from me, from my warehouse, do you know how to locate the panel? Or do you know what IP address is the panel on? It's not going to be 192.168.0.121. Yeah. Does anyone remember or experience before what is the default IP address of the panel? Anyone?
Not once, but I can't remember. There's too many defaults out there to remember.
Yeah, so don't worry about remembering it because I don't expect you all to remember too, right? But if you do it a lot more, you may remember it. So go back to your training slides, right? And on your training slides, where is my training slides here, right? When you look through your hardware configuration, right? It talks about all these things that we talked about earlier. Right? The default IP address is here. 192.168.0.251. Okay, and of course, when you log into a panel and all these things, right, it gives you some information based on what we discussed, and of course, on the 2210, right, remember by default it's 8, and then if you want to configure some alarm panel, you have to change the value here, right? And where is the, we talk about promotes, okay, and promoting from here to here, box setting, tip switch, all these things we talk about. And then when you go into the panel, right, this is where access the panel based on the default values and default IP address you can log in. If you if switch 3 is closed off. Okay, so this is where you turn on dip switch 1, you can use admin and password to log into the panel. I believe there's a mention on the dip switch. Let me see. No, it didn't mention here. Okay, there's a dip switch 2. Right, dip switch 1 is to turn on to allow you to use the default user admin and password to log into the system. Dip switch number 2, right, is in the menu, right, and it will allow you to set the panel back to a default IP address. So if for some reason, right, you got a panel from somewhere and you forget what was the IP address set on the panel, you can turn on dip switch 2, recycle the power to the panel, right, and then log on to the IP address 192.168.0.251. You will be talking to this panel. Okay? Alright, and of course, here it explains to you all the various things that we talk about, right? Creating the users, giving the users the permission to view or whichever other permission, right? And they are all listed over here, right? And last but not least, when you are finished with that, you want to disable some of the features, like disable the web server and all these things, you can disable. And once you disable that, right? Like for example, if you disable the web server, you can't browse into the panel anymore, no more. Until you turn on dip switch 1, then it will reactivate the server back to you, so you can actually re-access the server again. Okay? And of course, you know, you have autosave, all these things available, and then apply setting and reboot. And I believe there's one area where you can set the memory of the controller. So where is it?
You just went past it.
Oh, yeah, I went past it.
Never mind.
Yeah, card database size 32 meg, right? So if you're on a 4420, you will be able to define memory, right? You can actually utilize the bigger memory as well. Okay, can go up to 96 meg. All right. Any questions on the controller?
Ken, question.
Yeah.
Can you use the second NIC? If you enable it, does it have to be used, or can you use that to plug your laptop in to do configuration?
Your second NIC is always being used for communication back to an on-guard server.
Okay.
It will not be a separate configuration network connection. So you always have to use it together, either with your first NIC, right, as a communication, and your second NIC become an alternate communication. So in case your first NIC goes down, then your second NIC can take over. But it's not meant for, designed for, like, you know, configuration only purposes.
Okay, so once you enable it, will the server start looking for it?
Well, if you enable, when you say you enable it from the hardware or enable it from the software?
Yeah, from the hardware. So you give it an IP address, you put an IP address in, but you're not using it, then you plug in your dongle and you connect with your laptop to get to the web page. Will that work or not?
Using the second NIC, yes, it will work.
Yes. Okay.
So because the idea is the same thing, right? If my first NIC is not available, I can use the second NIC to get to the panel IP address as well. Okay?
So is there anything wrong with doing that?
Sorry?
If you do it like that and you don't use the second NIC, you just use it in case you need to configure something, can you do that?
So is your first NIC still connected or not?
Yeah, the first NIC's connected to the server. I come in with my laptop, so I'm on the 10th floor, plug in my USB to a converter, plug in my laptop on that same range, and I get into the panel.
Yes, you can.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with setting it up as long as you don't conflict with any of the IP address.
At the same time.
As long as you're not going to get your on guard on your laptop to talk to the panel, then you're fine.
Correct.
Because if your on guard is talking to the panel, then the panel will think that I have two servers who is talking to me with different data, and that's where I confuse.
Okay.
Alright, okay. Guys, can we continue with alarm monitoring? Right. So, both monitoring and all, we have gone through that a while, right? Looking at the panel and getting the events from. I'm not so much getting event from panel yet because the panel is not physically online, but you can get event from the panel. I don't like the word main alarm monitor because it's very misleading, right? A lot of people use this to monitor all the alarm, which is too much because all the unnecessary events also coming here. I like to call it the main event monitor. I have a separate window which I normally use to monitor the alarm because those are the alarm that I want to display if there's a genuine alarm that I want to show, right? And that's called the pending alarm window. Okay, so there's a few more things about the alarm monitor application. You can set columns, you can set the display second and show more things and stuff like this. And of course, you can sort it in the daytime order. You can set it in your setting. You can view the system status tree. You can open up multiple number of the system status tree. You can, of course, if your COM server is not, you've got software connection error, that's where you can get your COM server to start so that your software connection error goes away. And of course, if anytime you get a panel that previously talked to another software, and now you're talking to a new server, right? You may say controller panel option mismatch, right? So what you need to do is just do a download of the database and everything will be good. Alright, and yeah, one thing about the old GUI, right? You can actually bring it out of the floating mode. So in the old GUI or in the TIC client, I would say, right? When you look at the TIC client, if I want to make this into a separate window, right now it's hidden underneath the alarm monitoring. I can left click on it and say floating mode. It will come out of that alarm monitor, and if I have multiple screen, I can lay this on a separate screen. And once you bring it out, you can go into the option and save setting now, so that every time you reopen the alarm monitoring, that window will automatically pop up on a separate window. Right? You can do that for, if you close this, right? And sorry, not this, and if I open up my system tree again, right? Because I didn't save it, it goes back to my default windows. Or you can always, let's say, change it to floating mode. You can go back to the left hand side and change it back to standard mode again. Okay, so you can always switch it on and off. There's only two things that can't go on a floating mode, right? And the two things are the card holder and device group. I believe these are the two things that can't go on a floating mode, right? Card holder and groups are not able to float, right? So the rest can go into a floating mode. So you can float system tree, you can float maps into the floating mode so that you can have it on a separate window or separate area. Okay? And of course, you can change it to a dark mode. If you guys want to, you can actually use that, try that on your virtual learning platform, right? VLP. Okay, we also have a bit of a break information that automatically pop up, like when you have a alarm, it automatically pop up the map. Where you have a batch event, alarms, you can show up the batch information or video and stuff like this. Right, so all these are automatic configured, but you can actually stop them or prevent them from automatically pop up as well. Okay, and on the bottom right side, it shows you a summary, right? So whether how many panels is online, how many is offline, and what current workstation time and stuff like this, right? All these are information. And bear in mind on what it means by a red cross, black, yellow cross or black cross, right? And we talked briefly about it, right? So in yellow cross is the one that I didn't mention. Anything underneath the main panel that is not able to communicate properly or not online, it will be a yellow cross. Okay. Alright, and controlling the panel I showed you, right? Anytime if you are connecting from a new software to an old panel, for example, if you're upgrading your site, right? You may notice that they may say the firmware not current, means that the firmware may be outdated, may be not current to the current version of software. You can right click on that panel and do a firmware download, okay, as in download the firmware. And once you do a firmware download, you will automatically push the cardholder database after that, right? So you actually get updated information on the controller. Okay. And if you are using OSDP protocol, does anyone need explanation on what is OSDP? So most of the time we have readers connecting to the panel, right? Or reader connecting to the module. When the readers are connecting to the module, it goes on the vegan protocol, which is normally 6 wire. 2 for power, 2 for data, and 2 for LED or buzzer. 6 wire, right? But because it's vegan, a lot of times the vegan cable, the data cable is green and white. Everyone knows about it, right? Which means that someone can tamper your green and white. You didn't know, you won't know that somebody tampered your cable. Because somebody cut your green and white, you do not know, right? So what happens is with OSDP, it's just running on 4 cables. It's like RS-485 communication cable, 2 for power and 2 for comms. Which means that in the LED control, everything is all controlled via the comms. If somebody meddle with the comms, you'll get a reader offline alarm. Right? If somebody try to tamper the reader, you get a reader tamper alarm. And that is the beauty of OSDP. And of course, going OSDP, you automatically have an encryption on the reader itself. So you create an encryption layer onto it. With OSDP now, you can even use OSDP to do a firmware or file transfer from, let's say, the panel. I can actually download the OSDP file for, let's say, LED change or no tone change files into the reader and make the reader behave the way I want it to be. Right? So it can become easily configurable on those readers via our panel. Okay? Alright, just be very careful with OSDP file transfer, right? If you are trying to transfer an OSDP file that is not from that same reader manufacturer and try to push that OSDP down, file format down to the reader, you may corrupt that reader. And then you may have to send the reader back for repair. Okay? Okay. Do you guys want to take a quick break? Or is it okay if I continue on alarm panels?
Yes, you go.
Maybe, yeah, we'll keep going and then we will finish alarm panel, right? I'm not too sure how much we can go to the reader, but we'll see what we can do here, okay? Like what I said today is a bit more heavy, right? So, yeah. On the alarm panel, right? Obviously, I have 2 alarm panels, 1100 and the 1200, right? And also I have a 1324E. To look at my alarm panel, 1100 and 1200, there are panel that has an address that you can set the address, you connect on the RS-485 bus, and it talks to any of these controllers. Okay? And to configure one alarm panel, let me go to my scenario. I do have a alarm panel. Okay? The alarm panel is on this RS-485 bus, connecting to the X3220. Okay? And on this 1100-S3, right, it's red color. It is an input panel. It monitors input only. You can go up to 16 input. And for the 1200, you can go up to 16 output to control 16 output, like strobe light or siren. Okay? And of course, in my hardware summary, it gives you a summary of what is on the 1100, right? Just 16 in and 2 output, because there are 2 physical output here which you can configure. On the 1200, you have the 16 output, and that's it, right? So it's just a pure output panel. Okay, any questions on the 1100 and the 1200? If not, let's try to configure one. Okay? Before that, I need to know what is my 1100, right? My 1100 is connected to on the 2220 under the board, under the reader port 2, right? And then it's on the board address 2, right? And on that 1100, I have a input 1 used for motion sensor. I have my input 2 used for panic button. And output board, I have input output 1 for strobe light and output 2 for siren. Right? Over here, I also mentioned that my input 1, which is my training motion sensor, will trigger the strobe light. So every time my motion sensor pick up a signal, it will automatically trigger the strobe light. So I do want my strobe light to follow my motion sensor. Okay, and I will show you how we can easily do that. That is only in that condition where my output is supposed to follow the input. Okay? Alright, so to configure that, let's go to my, this is on the alarm panel, or this is on alarm monitoring. Let me go to my system admin. I will go into the access control and I'll find alarm panel. Okay, and of course you don't have alarm panel created here. I will add my first one. Right, this is a training input panel 1100. Okay, obviously you can connect your 1100 to the different controller depending on the type of controller that you need to choose. But if you look at it, I choose 4420. You can have port 1 and port 2. You have 2 ports available. Okay, if I choose my 2220, I only have port 2 available. I can't go for port 3 because there's only 1 downstream port. Does that make sense? Right? And of course, I can choose my input board or I can choose my output board if it's an output board over here. Right? So, what do you think? What is the address that I'm supposed to have here?
I think 1.
1, I think is used for 1320.
Ah, then it'd be 2 or 3.
Okay.
It's
I think
2.
3 is used for output.
So your device address 2.
Yeah, so that will be 2, right? And that's it, I create my panel, right? Since I'm here, I'm going to create my output panel as well. Okay. Right, and that's where I put my 1200. Of course, it should not be the 1100, it will be a 1200. Okay? And of course, you're on port 2 and that address is 3, correct? And you can save the record. Okay, I have added my panel. Now is where I go into the other tabs. I have my input tabs, I have my output tabs to define my input output separately. And I also have an input output local linkage. I'll explain to you over there what we do, right? So let's create my first input, right? What do I have on my first input? Is a training motion sensor. Okay? Yeah, let me just highlight to make sure that. Okay, this is my training input. It's on input 1, but it's a training motion sensor. So I'm going to add, right? And one very important thing, make sure you select the panel first. Otherwise, you are adding your input to the wrong panel. Always make sure you select the panel first. Okay? Right now, there's only one panel. It's very hard for me to make mistake. But when there's a lot of panel, yes, you can potentially make data entry error. Okay? And this will be my training motion sensor. Right? And of course, I want it to be online. Checkpoint is used for guide tour only, right? And of course, it's on input number 1, under the supervision, that's where I can choose to be not supervised or default supervision. Do you know what I mean by supervision?
Natural resistor network or?
Yeah, it's a resistor network that you use to define whether there's somebody cutting the cable or somebody trying to short the cable. So you have a 1K, 2K. By the way, in OnGuard, all our input can be independent supervision value. You can customize all different kind of supervision value for each individual input. It's not tied to the controller, it's not tied to the downstream module. It goes down all the way to the input point itself. Okay? So I can have my dot contact on a different supervision value, my push button on another supervision value. Okay? So you can split that, you can manage them in a very different manner. For the purpose of training, I'm not going to complicate what we are going to do. So normally motion sensor is the normally open signal, and wherever there's a motion, then it comes close. So I can choose normally open. Right? You have debounce here. Some of you may want to know more about what this debounce means. You can always use the help, and it will explain to you what does the debounce means, and you can find the definition of debounce over here. All right. So otherwise, you can go with the default debounce value, and you don't have to change anything. Hold time is where I can hold the input alarm by the panel. If the input I have set a hold time of 2 seconds, the input must be activated for 2 seconds. And if it's still on, then it will send to the software, so that the software will now see that the input has been activated. Make sense? So the hold time is meant for that purpose. Right? Of course, if you want the input to immediately show to the software, don't need to change the value, keep it at 0. Alright? And click OK to save the record. So I created my input motion sensor. Okay? Let's go to create my output. Same thing, I'm going to add. Now, this is the part where you potentially can make mistake. If I do a click add and I straight away start entering, what am I adding output to? I'm adding the output to which panel?
To the input panel.
Yeah. Is that what I want?
No, you want the output panel.
Correct. So make sure you select the output panel first, right? Or select the panel and then you put in your output board. By the way, why is my input panel here on the output section? Okay, it's because here it's because on my output board, on my input board, right? I have 2 auxiliary output, and because of these 2 auxiliary output, I am able to see the input panel here because I can use up to 2. Got it? Okay, and that's the reason why it's there. So obviously, we choose our output board, and this is what am I configuring. A training strobe light, okay? So I would say this is a training light, right? And it's on output number 1 and a duration of 0. When I have a duration of 0, right? Or if I set a duration with a value, it will be, activate for that period of time. So any of my output has 3 actions. Trevor, do you remember what are the 3 actions?
What was that?
All my output has 3 actions.
Oh yeah. Pulse.
What is the 3 actions?
Activate, deactivate, and pulse.
Okay. So Trevor, you want to try to explain what does pulse mean?
Pulse, it doesn't hold the
activate.
It doesn't hold it open or activated, and then activate will stay activated until you either deactivate or the system does something internally to turn it off.
Yeah. So activate will activate and will stay on, right? Deactivate will deactivate and will stay deactivated, right? But when you send a pulse, P-U-L-S-E, right? Pulse signal, the pulse signal will activate for the X number of duration, and then it will become deactivated. If I want the pulse to be only activated for 1 second, and then you deactivate, you set the value of 1.
폰으로 울리거든.
Okay, if I leave the value as 0 and I set the pulse signal from the software, it will activate the output for 5 seconds, it will automatically deactivate the output. This is the default setting. Okay? But if I set the value to 3, it will, when I set the pulse signal, it will activate for 3 seconds. Okay?
너무 길어.
Alright, and you have the option to say, I want this output to be always activated, whether you want it on by default or you want it off by default. Okay? And last but not least, is when I activate the output during time zone. So I can set a time, like maybe, like I mentioned, after office hour, I want the floodlight to turn on, right? I can actually have it say, okay, after hours, then the output will activate, and that's where the floodlight will turn on. Okay? And if I'm happy with what I think I can do, okay to save record.
So quickly, Ken, sorry, the always activate output checkbox, that ignores the duration and just automatically goes to activate?
Yeah. Okay, and you will deactivate from the software either from the command window and stuff like this.
Yeah, and that include pulse as well. Pulse will stay activated. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I
Once
should
you
say that
activate,
on.
you always turn it on, it will always be on.
Yeah.
Okay? Alright. My last thing, right? On the input output local linkage, right? If I want my motion sensor to trigger my output and my output to follow my motion sensor all the time. That means when it's on, it's on, when it's off, it's off. I don't care whatever setting, it's just following my input. You can go to the last tab. Okay? And this is a part. Make sure you have a tick on the record and you modify, and here when I select the record, have I selected the record?
Double click?
No.
Yeah, if you double click, it puts the tick on it. That way, so it's not selected at the moment, you got to have the tick over it.
Yeah, I double click, it's not going to work.
Well, I tick the icon, sorry, if you press the icon.
So, yes, you have to go to the icon, right? So if you think that you selected and you click OK, you have not selected the record yet. And it's not going to work, right? So you have to make sure that you have a tick on the icon. And then when you click OK, that's where it's going to be connected. Does that make sense? So you can do one to many or many to one. It doesn't matter. Okay. That is how I program my input and output, right? And if I go to my training laptop, let me log out. Where's my alarm panel? There's my panel. And I have my, as usual, I haven't download to my alarm panel because it's not in the tree, but I will have to always make some changes to my input board. And go to my output board, change my output 1. Okay. Alright, so now if you can see, I'm going to, where's my camera? Okay, camera is on. Okay, when I go to my input, I'm going to activate the input. And you can see that my output 1 will be on as well. And when I deactivate, output 1 will go away. Now what happens is that because of this full screen, it will cover up the camera. Okay, so let me do it this way. Where's my input 1? Okay, as you can see, I'm going to activate my input 1. You can see that my input 1 is on and my output 1 is on as well, right? Which is over here. And then when I deactivate, that's where my output 1 goes away, right? So it's a situation where my input and output, my output follows my input, okay? Okay, that is programming on the input-output, right? Can I, okay, let me see how is my timing. we are only up to this point, right? We are only halfway through day 2, but we
Oh my
should be able
gosh.
to catch up. You can imagine how much is hardware, right? And I'm already thinking of either I shift some of this to day 1 and make day 1 a bit more compact, and then but day 1 is the first day that you guys all come in, so it can be quite stressful. But maybe what I can do is I can make. What we will do is that on day 3, right, is where I can run a bit faster because some of these topics are not so content heavy. It's more of configuration, so I will give you all more time to configure and we can run a bit faster, right? And reader is quite a heavy topic. I don't want to jump straight into reader, right, without having you guys to have a bit of a break. So today, what I will do is I'll finish up the alarm panel, right, which is what we are almost done with, right? And once I finish up the alarm panel, right, I will let you all, break off for today. And tomorrow we will actually start on the reader side, right? But I will do a bit of refresher before we go to reader. Okay? Right. 2 things I would like you all to do, right? First is I only configure 1 input and 1 output, right? So I do like you all to configure the panic button and the strobe light, either later today or tomorrow morning, right? And of course, they are triggered via local I/O, right? They are activated via panic button or UREX. So we will talk about this tomorrow. I will say later tomorrow or Friday early morning, right? When we talk about local I/O and global I/O, right? So don't worry about the configuration. You just need to program the input and output. Okay? So that's the first thing I want you all to do. The next thing that I want you all to do is, as I continue to talk about input, right, which is covered in all these slides, right, I will refresh this again tomorrow so that you do not forget what I've shared about inputs or outputs or alarm panel, right? All these things we have gone through that in the software programming. And remember, if you can, do a bit of refresher, I will highlight this again tomorrow. And yeah, that pretty much bring the the input module up to this stage. So to talk about readers, right? There is a few pages that talks about readers, especially the card holder, card format. So if you put a note on your a notepad or something saying that okay, Care would like me or like you all to actually have a read on the card format from page 249, right? Maybe have a read on the reader. What? Read the card format will do, right? Don't need to read the reader because you will confuse you all very much, right? Tomorrow I'd rather we go to exercise, we talk about it, it will be a lot more enjoyable. Okay? So read the card format, right? From 249 to maybe 263, right? And that will give me a good start tomorrow. And we can talk about reader and go straight into card holders and all these things very quick. And I will try to do an exercise with you guys, which I normally like to do it, as in I will give you a bit of a challenge to see how you all can program your card holders, right? They say, have you programmed some card holder before?
Yes, I have, Ken.
On the OnGuard or on other system?
Other systems.
Other system, right? I will let you challenge as well to see how that works in OnGuard, whether you can figure out how to get your card readers to work. Of course, there will be a few things that you challenge a bit. Travers, you have programmed any card yet? No, right?
Not much. I've literally just gotten a pack of cards and put in the site code and they work. So
yeah. Harry, have you done any programming of card holders? Harry? You're on mute.
Yes.
Have you done any card programming before?
You mean the card bit, like, or just the card bit, right?
No, not I'm talking about programming card holders, like you're programming the card, the person, and the access and all these things.
Yes.
Have you done that before?
Yes, I've done before.
With LENEL or with other system?
LENEL and also other system as well.
Okay, so you may be able to know how to overcome those roadblocks. But anyway, right, tomorrow we'll have a bit of challenge using that. Okay? Alright, so guys, up to this point, do you guys have any feedback for me? Today is a bit lengthy, also a bit more on the hardware. Travis, you catching okay?
Yeah, I just got a question about the output. So, you've got your duration. Let's say like your stroke, your siren, if it was trigger, I don't know if this is more into the IO, but
Yeah, it will be on the local IO, in fact.
like when you've set off your panic, it's going to go off until you acknowledge the alarm. Is that
Yeah.
IO stuff?
That's on the local IO stuff.
And do we have to do anything in the output programming?
Not over here. We will cover that on Friday.
Okay, cool.
Okay? And James, I forget to ask you, you have any questions on card holders or you programmed before?
Have, but maybe just once
Okay.
or off.
Okay, no problem. So tomorrow we will go through that. Okay, guys, tomorrow I will do the same thing. We will come in about 9, I will come in about 9:30 or so, right? And if anyone has any questions, feel free to pop in earlier. If you are, still too early for you, you can join in. As long as I see everybody's in and we are good to go, we will get started.
Cool.
Is that okay?
Yep, sounds good.
What time did you say, sorry, Ken?
That will be 9:30 our time. Which the official start time will still be 10 o'clock, but we can get ourselves ready from 9:30 to 10.
Cool.
Okay.
And for Harry and Jeremy, right, you guys will be about 8:30 to 9 your time.
Yes. If you have any questions before the 9 o'clock, we will be attending 8:30.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Great. Thanks. Okay, thanks everyone. Alright, enjoy the rest of the day. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Ken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
See ya.
Thank you.
See you.
Thank you.
Alright, thanks.
가자. 집에 가자. 프레 타러 가야 돼. 지금? 공부해야 되는데. 완전 빨리 끝내준다. 저번에 소프트웨어 살 때 몇 시간 줄 알아? 9시 시작해서 7시 반에 끝났어. 근데 진짜 지겨워 죽는 줄 알았는데. 지겨워. 아주 개 힘들었어.
짜증스럽네. 짜증스러워. 다시 깔아도 안 된다. 그리고 내 패스워드를 바꿔야 된다. 다시 깔아도 안 되고.
이제 가려고 하는데 끝났어요? 브라켓 5월 10일까지는 펼치면 돼.